Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today, and we've got 3 different topics we're going to be covering. As usual, but we're doing something a little bit different today, and we're going to be doing something that's actually topical. How about that? But what are we going to be doing today? There are 3 things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of research on the hack that happened over at 4chan. So there was a hack that happened at 4chan last week. Was it last week? I think it was less than a week ago. But what we're going to do is we're going to read a little bit about what happened during this hack, and we're going to be talking about the exact vulnerability that led to the website getting taken over, or the web server getting taken over rather, and we're going to try to understand exactly how the attack took place, and maybe if we can, try to recreate the environment where we can do a similar kind of hacking attack. So we're going to be doing that first in the first hour of today's stream. And in the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be going over to Bandit at Overthewire. And this is a CTF lab where you can learn about Linux commands. So we've currently gotten up to level 18, I think it is. Level 18. And each one of these levels is going to teach you a different Linux security concept. The first few levels just teach you how to use Linux commands in general, but we've finally come up to the point in the Bandit game where we have to start doing some security stuff. So that's exciting. We're going to try to finish about 4 levels today, and we're going to be learning some Linux and some security stuff. And that's what we're going to be doing. Anyways, that's the second hour of today's stream. And in the third hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing a new challenge, a challenge that we haven't seen before, and that's going to be over at Dockerlabs. Dockerlabs is a cybersecurity education platform where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and deploy them on your own machine, and then do hacking against them. It's a very fun way to do it, and it's not super resource intensive because you don't have to deploy these as a separate virtual machine. So the challenge we're going to be doing today is called Chocolate Lovers, and this is in the easy category. There are 4 difficulty levels over at this website, and just for your information, this website is a Spanish language website. So we might have to do some struggling against translation tools to figure out what exactly is going on. But there's a very easy, a medium, and a difficult. These are the different categories of challenges over here. We're going to be doing a challenge from the easy category. And yeah, that's going to be in the 3rd and 4th hours of today's stream. So please look forward to that. All right, so let's get started with our first topic of the day. So the first topic of the day, we're going to be learning a little bit about the 4chan hack, and then we're going to be trying to understand what happened and what technologies were involved. And then maybe we can do some coding and try to recreate that environment. So let's take a look. I dug up a few different posts over here. There's this article here from Port Knox, and if you want to take a look at what I'm looking at, you can go ahead and use this link over here. So this was published how many days ago? This was published 4 days ago. And okay, so 4chan is an image board. It's kind of infamous, and the anonymous hacking group got started on there. So that's it's interesting that the site was associated with like a hacker group, but the actual security for the website and for the web server was kind of lax. But what happened over here? So they suffered an attack, and according to the article here, this wasn't due to compromised credentials. It was an SQL injection, but the 4chan hack was far more surgical and preventable. Let's make the text bigger so that we can all read together. Maybe that should be enough. Okay. So here's the breakdown. So 4chan allows PDF uploads to several boards like GD, PO, QST, Psi, and TG. So the image board software basically lets you upload images, but some of the sections of the website can also let you upload PDFs. So PDF files, everybody knows, you can print them out, you can send them easily to other people, and they're basically like little documents with usually text or images inside them. So the platform neglected to verify that the uploaded files were actually PDFs. So I guess the application in this case didn't do a sufficient check to determine if the file that was being uploaded was actually a PDF file. And as a result, an attacker uploaded a PostScript file containing drawing commands. So I did a little bit of research beforehand to figure out what PostScript is. PostScript is a type of file that lets image files be rendered on devices that don't use image file. I'm not too sure. I wrote this down. Let me take a look. Okay, so what is PostScript language? So it's a page description language and programming language used in desktop publishing and electronic publishing. It is a vector-based language that describes text, graphics, and images in a device-independent manner, allowing printing and display across different devices. I'm not exactly too sure about what PostScript is, but apparently it has something to do with displaying images. And let's take a look. So they displayed PostScript. I guess what we have to understand is that PostScript is a type of file that can also be used to run commands if you configure them correctly. So the file that was processed by GhostScript to generate a thumbnail, unfortunately, the version of GhostScript in use dated back to 2012, riddled with known vulnerabilities. So the reason we're talking about PostScript and GhostScript is that these are two of the critical technologies that were involved in the file upload attack. So GhostScript can process GhostScript is a piece of software that can process PostScript and PDF files. And let's read a little bit more about GhostScript. I think I wrote this down in my little description here too. So what is GhostScript? It's a free and open source interpreter for PostScript and PDF files. It acts as a raster image processor, converting PostScript and PDF files into formats that can be displayed or printed on non-PostScript devices. So basically, this is a way for the software to be able to interpret these PostScript and PDF files. So what does this have to do with what happened? So the file that was processed by GhostScript to generate the thumbnail had known vulnerabilities. Okay. So, and from there, the attacker chained privilege escalation exploits using a misconfigured SUID binary to gain elevated access. So this is interesting because we often see SUID binaries used in CTF exercises like the ones that we normally do on this channel, and they're usually used inside of a Linux environment to get privilege escalation, that is elevated access. So in the hacker's own words, he didn't even bother accessing user data, so while internal source code and logs were accessed, there's no evidence of pass holder credential leaks. So the reason why they're talking about pass holder credential leaks is that most of the time, the way that websites and organizations get compromised is that valid credentials for users get leaked out or get stolen somehow, and those are used in the attack. So why does it matter? So in attempting to dismiss this as just 4chan, this breach checks all the classic boxes of enterprise security failure. So there's trusting user input. Never assume a file is what its extension says it is. So this mainly has to do with the software. So the software didn't do sufficient checking to see if the file that was being uploaded was actually a PDF file, which would be the valid file to upload in this case. So legacy software, legacy risks, running decades-old dependencies is a ticking time bomb. So in this case, it seems like the GhostScript software that was being used wasn't kept up to date. So it was vulnerable to known hacks. And we've got privilege escalation paths. One misconfigured binary can turn a minor foothold into root access. So from what they say here, it was probably that some user, well, okay, it wasn't some user, it was an SUID binary that was configured. So SUID binaries are binaries that are configured to run as the permissions of the user that created the file, the binary in this case. And they can be used in certain circumstances to give elevated access in specific circumstances. But we're actually going to be talking about this later today, because when we do our demonstration for the Bandit CTF labs, we're going to be talking about SUID binaries in that portion of the stream as well. So they've got a bunch of other stuff. Well, actually, they don't have too much more stuff to talk about here. But what we're going to be focusing in on is we're going to be trying to recreate this environment and deploy it on our own device and see if we can get the hack done in our case. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a bit of vibe coding, and vibe coding is kind of a controversial thing. It's basically asking an LLM to write code for you and then deploying that code even though you haven't. Well, I guess vibe coding means getting an LLM or an AI chatbot to write code for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you don't understand what the code does, but in some cases people just ask an AI to write code and they don't actually know what it does. They deploy it, and then when it doesn't work, they don't actually understand why it doesn't work. It's what people warn against when we're dealing with LLMs, because what we want to do is we want to use AI chatbots and LLMs as a learning aid and not a crutch. If we use it as a crutch and we just get it to do all of our work for us, but we don't understand what exactly it is doing, then that's a bad thing. In reality, a lot of people use LLMs and chatbots to assist in their coding work, and there are very few people who don't use them every day. The people that do the code, they usually turn to LLMs if they encounter some sort of errors, or they're trying to debug some code. Hopefully they're not exposing like company code to these public chatbots, because they will be used in training data. So to all of you people who are working at very, very large companies, don't plug your company code into these LLMs because that's an easy way to get fired. Anyways, so what are we doing today? We're going to be trying to create a web page that tries to mimic the type of environment that would have been present on the 4chan image board, and we're going to try to execute the same kind of hack that got them compromised. So we've got this PHP code over here, and I've copied this over to my GitHub page. And where is it? Over here. And if you're interested in taking a look at this project, you can do so over at this page right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and so this is what these are vibe coded proof of concept code files for the April 2025 4chan site hack, which featured a vulnerable version of GhostScript, which is used to run PostScript code. So Sigma Gat says, I gave DeepSeek my credit card information. Would that be bad? I don't know. Are you using it to pay for a subscription? Because I think there is a subscription model for DeepSeek. If you're talking about just feeding it your credit card information, that would be a bad thing. Because I don't know. Any number of bad things could happen if you do that. But anyways, we're going to be trying to learn a little bit about PHP. I don't know very much about PHP. I've encountered a lot of PHP in my web app security hacking studies, and I do teach some hacking techniques against PHP applications, but I don't necessarily know how to code in PHP. So this is going to be fun. I'm going to have to rely on my Python experience to understand what exactly is going on in this code. Hopefully we can get this code working. And this is another thing that I'm going to be doing. I've never really deployed a web app before, so we're going to see if we can get the code up and running, and then maybe do some hacking against it. But then again, we only have about an hour or so. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish the project. We're probably not going to be able to finish the project. But let's go ahead and go over to the GitHub over here and copy the code. So this is upload.php. Before we create this code, create this file, let's go ahead and well, let's see. So this is my Kali Linux box over here. This is a cybersecurity version of Linux. It also includes the sufficient software to be able to deploy some web pages. So we've got PHP and we've got Apache. So we're going to try to deploy the web app when it's finished. But let's go ahead and go over here. Let's move into the web app directory. So typically on Linux, a web app is going to be at this directory over here. So var www html. So there's already an HTML index page over here, and then there's an index page for the Nginx server software if we need to use that. And then I've taken the liberty of creating this uploads directory over here because we're going to need some destination to upload our files. So that's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to create our uploads.php file, and then we're going to Ronan says, vibe coding all day, elbow cough. Huh, interesting. Oh, anyway, sorry, I need to keep track over at my YouTube page. But welcome to the stream, Ronan, on YouTube. Nice to see you here. Let me give you a hack the planet. Here we go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so it says directory. So this directory is not writable. So what I need to do is I need to create the file with sudo. Okay, so now we'll be able to write to our file. So there's a lot of there's a lot of code in here. Okay, so this is upload.php insecure PDF upload demo for lab use only. Okay, So we know that this is a PHP file because it begins with the PHP prefix over here, these opening brackets, and I'm expecting a closing PHP tag at the bottom. Where is the closing PHP tag at the bottom? I guess the closing, okay. The closing PHP tag is over here. Great. Okay, so what is going on in this code? So error reporting eall, okay. So error reporting, initialization set, display errors equal to 1 equals true, okay. So we're defining a variable, upload directory equals upload slash. We've already created this directory, but we've got an if statement that creates the uploads directory if it doesn't exist. So if not file exists upload directory, then we're going to make one in the upload directory variable here with the, I'm guessing this is these are the file permissions, 0777 true. Okay, so next we've got a message. So the message is equal to an empty string. So empty string and allowed extensions. So we got PDF. So I wonder if the legitimate application actually checked for the PDF extension. Because if it didn't, then we don't need this line here. But anyways, we should be able to do some filter bypass, even if it does check for PDF extensions. So if server request message equals to post, server request method post. So if we post something and the files, so I need to figure out what these are methods. Are these methods or are these functions? So if anybody here knows PHP and is willing to, do some education, I'm willing to be educated because I'm here to teach and be teached, teach and be taught. Anyways, okay, so we got a request method. It has to be post, and there needs to be something to do with files over here. Then file is going to be the file. Well, the file variable is going to be equal to the file that is being uploaded, I suppose. Okay, and extension, ext, I'm guessing this means extension. So string to lower, so we're going to set everything as lowercase. So path info, file name, path info extension. So I'm guessing what this does is it sets the file name to all lowercase, because this is what is going to be required. Well, I don't know if this is going to be required, but I guess it sets a common format so that all the file names are going to be lowercase. So let's see. Only checks file extension. Only checks file extension if in array extension allowed extension. So how does it know? How does it know that the extension, what the extension part of the file name is? So I guess maybe this is what the path info function is doing. Oh, the path info extension. Okay. So allowed extension. So it's checking the extension against the allowed extensions, and the allowed extensions are PDF. So target path equals upload directory dot plus base name. So base name is the name of the file. So upload directory and then the name of the file. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and if move uploaded file. So move uploaded file, I guess this is the name of a function. And this is probably the name of a built-in function in PHP. I guess that makes sense because PHP has to deal with a lot of common web app functionality. So move uploaded file, this is the name of a common function. That makes sense. So file temp name, what is the temp name here? So they don't reference temp name anywhere else so far. And we've got the target path variable. Target path is going to be the uploaded directory plus the file name. Okay, then the message. Okay. So we finally defined the message variable here. So we defined it as an empty string up here, Oh, okay, okay. I understand. So the message variable is either going to be file uploaded or it's going to be like an error message. So message is this file uploaded processing with Ghost script. Oh, they update the message variable and then they call it. I guess they reference it a few times. Okay, so what else is going on? So file uploaded processing with Ghost script. And then we've got our vulnerable Ghost script call, supposedly. We're running shell exec. So I think I've identified the vulnerability here. So the vulnerability is that, well, this code anyways, it uses shell exec to run a system command. And the system command is going to be the Ghost script command. And it's going to create a thumb.png file. Well, I mean, that's what I'm guessing it's doing. I don't know for sure because I haven't used Ghost script before. But shell exec is one of those vulnerable PHP functions that that runs system commands. So what are we doing? So we run this command with Ghost script, and then we add escape shell arg target. I don't know what this function does either, escape shell arg. But we got target and target path. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what all of these functions do. This is because we're doing vibe coding, and but I can guess at what it's doing, and it's very important that we work through the code here. So because we're going to be using it on our we're going to be deploying this this web application, we need to make sure that there's nothing that's going to delete our file system in here. So Micah says, "Darn, 4chan's still down. They're not doing good." Hello, Micah. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun blast from the past. Speaking of memes, here's some Nyan Cat. So Micah, hello, and welcome to the stream. Are you familiar with cybersecurity or hacks or I don't know 4chan? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so we spotted the vulnerable code over here. It's this shell exec, and the message over here, the message variable, it gets updated to thumbnail generated, and if it fails, then it's going to display upload failed. Let's see. Micah says, "Not really. I only know Rust." Do they deploy web applications with Rust? I don't know very much about Rust. You probably know more than me, but I'm guessing that they do deploy web applications using Rust because there's almost no modern language these days that doesn't deploy web applications. Okay, so let's see. Or else you print the message, only PDF files allowed. Okay, and that's the end of our PHP code. Let's go ahead and go down. Micah says, "I don't think 4chan does at least, but you can use WASM to run WASM. So that's some sort of assembler, right? Like Windows assembler? Something I'm getting into, actually. You talking about web app development? Okay, so we've got our regular old HTML over here. So doc type HTML. So the title of the HTML page is going to be 4chan like PDF upload. Great. Okay. Mulgars, hello. Let's see. It looks written in the description that the initial vuln is inside GS. So looking at your code seems to upload a PDF and then use GS to generate a thumbnail. So we need two things. So trick a PostScript as a PDF to trick the check, and malform the PostScript to trigger a vulnerability in GS. WebAssembly. Okay, that's what it stands for. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run an ad on YouTube. And let's put on some bird videos because I love my birds and I have a bird feeder. And my bird feeder kind of looks like this. Okay, so these are some stellar jays. They're my favorite bird. And we're just going to take about a minute of break to to let the ads run through on YouTube and Twitch. So anyways, please enjoy the birds. I'll be back in a moment or two. I just have to take a little water break. So these little guys are stellar jays. Like I said, they've got a punky hairdo, and they're very fun little birds. They like to eat peanuts and seeds, and they usually grab their peanuts, grab their seeds, and they go and hide them somewhere. So they're really into food caching. They hide their food so that they can come back and get it later. Anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away. And let's continue with the research. So what do we got? So Mulgars, I think what you're saying is correct. So you have to upload the PDF and then use GhostScript to generate the thumbnail, and then post. And then we're going to post a PostScript file instead of a PDF, and then we have to trick the check somehow to get the PostScript to trigger the vulnerability in GhostScript. Yeah. So let's see. Micah says, once I heard about PDF files, I knew that there's a vulnerability cooking. They can literally run Java. So in this case, we're not actually using PDF files. We're using PostScript files that are disguised as PDF files. But yeah, I think PDF files are also they're not completely safe because they can run system commands in certain circumstances. Cyber Dante says hello. Cyber Dante, hello. Let's see. We all gotta grab our peanuts and run sometimes. Yeah. I don't know if I would put it like that, but welcome to the stream, Cyber Nerd Dante. And why don't you have a hack the planet? Here you go.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's finish reviewing our code over here, and let's see if the code actually runs as intended once we finish checking it. So this is something we should be doing for every piece of code that we're going to use or deploy. It's called code review because if we don't code review and we run some malicious code on our system, then we're in big trouble. So let's see. Don't think there's anything malicious in here. And what do we have? So upload demo, PDF upload demo. This is an insecure demo for educational purposes only. Okay, great. And what do we have? So we've got, what does this PHP code do? So if empty message, echo message. Oh, if the message isn't empty. So if not empty, the message is not empty, we're going to print out the message. And then if file exists, thumb.png generated thumbnail equals to whatever we uploaded. So I'm guessing that's what this code does. Okay, so let's go ahead and save out this file. We might have to do some debugging along the way. We're going to save the modified buffer. Okay. And what we need to do is we need to deploy the web page. So we've got our uploads.php here. We've got our uploads directory where stuff is going to be uploaded to. Cypher Freak, hello, what is up? Nice to see you here. Why don't we give you a go to hack? And I hope everybody can go to hack and have a great day.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Okay, so Mulgar says you need to make sure in your experiment environment that you have the vulnerable version of GS. So I don't think we have the vulnerable version of GS because the vulnerable version of GS is from 2012. But according to the AI, we can simulate the vulnerable version of the of the GhostScript command by using certain certain command parameters, and let's see if I can point them out. So uploads.php. Okay, where was the part where we run the thing? I think this, when we run it with when we run the GhostScript command with this particular flag, I think this is what is going to make it vulnerable to command injection. But if that's not the case, then we're probably going to have to do some debugging and figure out how to simulate the vulnerable version of GhostScript. But anyways, let's see if we can deploy this this web application first of all. So let's see. I think what we need to do is, I don't know if PHP is running right now. So is it start service? Okay, let me look this up. So let's see. This is Debian Linux. How to start a web. How to start. So we need to start the Apache server. So what do we need to do? Sudo systemctl start Apache 2. Okay. Learning all sorts of stuff. The Vault 1999 service name status. Service name status. So service Apache 2 status. Okay, so it is disabled right now. So we need to start the service. So system, I guess it would be sudo, right? Sudo systemctl start Apache 2, or is it Apache 2 start? It's going to be one or the other. Start Apache 32. Okay, so start Apache 32. Let's go ahead and try that. Okay, so it should be up now. Service name start. So it says it is disabled, preset disabled. So loaded, is it running? Okay, what we can probably tell if the service is running if we do this. And yeah, so it looks like the Apache 2 server is running right now. So that means we can probably access everything in the var www.html directory inside of our localhost. So for example, we could get, what was it? We could curl localhost. Weeaboo, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Never use PHP. Never use PHP is a very strong opinion. I think PHP has its own, PHP definitely has its issues, but a lot of people use PHP and a lot of people still develop in PHP. And they've got their reasons. So Mulgar says, did they say how old the GS version that 4chan used? So they said that the version of GS that was used on 4chan was 12 years old, right? So they said it was they said it was from 2012. So 12 years old. It's either 12 or 13 years old. Okay, so yeah, so it's we are serving our index page over here, and I think this is the index page. Okay, so let's see if we can access the uploads page. So we're gonna curl localhost. I guess we would do http localhost uploads.php. Okay, so it looks like we can access it. Whether or not we can actually upload something, that is, well, we don't know yet. But anyways, let's take a look inside of our web browser to see if we can get something to upload. So let's go over to localhost, I don't know, it's localhost 80, so we don't need to add anything to it. It's going to be localhost uploads.php. Okay, so we've got our slap together code using vibe coding. And it says this is an insecure demo for educational purposes only. Okay, so can we actually upload something? So we can browse, we can, I guess what we need to do is we need to make some test files. So let me go to another tab real quick. So in the temp directory, let's echo something like we have file upload capabilities, and we're going to put that, it's going to be called test. They're expecting a PDF file extension. Okay, so Weeaboo says it was a very deprecated version of PHP, but still, I wonder if a similar exploit would have happened in Python. Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think anytime you're using a web application to run system commands, and it looks like they were using, well, I mean, I don't know for sure if the actual like 4chan code was using like some sort of function to run system commands. It would have been vulnerable if they were doing it in Python or if they were using it in PHP, but who's to say? Okay, so let's see. GS versions 9.20 to 9.26 have known vulnerabilities that can be used for arbitrary command execution or similar actions. Okay. Okay, nope, no worries, no worries. Anyways, so we've created our test file. This isn't an actual PDF file, it just has a PDF extension. So we might be able to upload this. Let's go ahead and give this a try. So we're going to browse. We're going to go over to our temp directory. Where's the temp directory? Isn't this supposed to be? Okay, here's the temp directory. Okay, let's go ahead and upload the test PDF file. Upload. Okay, so this didn't work because it said failed to open stream, permission denied on line 22. Okay, so I'm able to upload, I'm able to move this thing. So I think, OreoBite, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see, OreoBite says, what's the breakdown on breaking in? So we're just trying to create a web application here that is a little bit similar to the web application that 4chan was using, and we're going to try to see if we can get the vulnerability that was cited in that hack to work as intended as in be vulnerable for something like this. So GradXT says server user write permission. Server user write permission. I started the Apache server as root. I run it as sudo, so that shouldn't be. I don't think that's the problem. But you know what? We can feed this to the AI because we're vibe coding right now, and see if it can identify what went wrong. I guess the other thing we need to do is we need to figure out what is on line 22. On line 22, I guess it's this. It's this thing, the move uploaded file function. So let's go ahead and ask the AI for some advice. Okay, so we are having troubles uploading our files in the PHP uploads page. Bam. So I guess we should give the 777. Okay. Everybody, everything writes. Okay, so it says that the error occurs because the web server doesn't have write permissions to the uploads directory. Here's how to fix it. Give the web server ownership. So, okay, allow global writes, less secure. Okay, so I guess we can just run something like this. Anyways, let's try this out. Where are we? We need to move into this directory. Okay, so Defus says you started the Apache services root, which will start Apache 2 with www data user. Oh, okay. Chown the upload directory to www data. Okay, okay. I think that let's go ahead and do that. So Defus, hello and welcome to the stream. Why don't we all have some all the things? So this is a great hacker rap. It's called "Drink All the Booze and Hack All the Things."
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Welcome to the stream, Defus. Nice to see you here. Okay, let's go ahead and give the www data www data user the permissions over the uploads directory over here. So we would do chown what? So chown www data. I guess we need to run this as sudo. So chown www data uploads like this. Okay, let's take a look. So the uploads directory is now owned by www data. Great. Weeaboo says, this wouldn't have happened if they used GNU. Richard Stallman is a tech prophet. Yeah. Wait, you... Oh, wait. So are you talking about the actual web server? So the web server, I think they identified the 4chan web server as using like FreeBSD. So they were using a really old version of FreeBSD as their web server. And I don't know if that was like a physical server or like a virtualized server. If they were using a virtualized server, I guess there isn't really, it's less likely that they would have been using like a really outdated operating system. But yeah. Anyways, let's try to upload the file again. Okay, so we got our, let's try uploading this thing again. It still didn't upload. I guess what we need to do is we need to make the permissions looser on this thing, on the web directory over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and so sudo chmod 777 the uploads directory. Okay, and then the uploads directory is now completely open. Let's try doing that again. Unless we need to, I mean, these should take effect immediately, right? We don't need to restart the web server, do we? Okay, so upload the PDF, upload. Okay, done, great, so that worked. So it says file uploaded, processing with GhostScript, thumbnail generated. So, thumbnail generated. I guess we need to access the uploads directory and look for, and you know what? The uploads directory is probably directory listable. It is directory listable. It's directory listable because we didn't do our we didn't secure the uploads directory to make it not listable. Anyways, so I guess we can't actually, so the test PDF file, we can't read it. I guess because it's being interpreted as a PDF file and not as a text file. But I guess what we need to do is we need to put some sort of malicious code inside of our test.pdf file and then try to get it to run. So what are we doing over here? So we need to figure out how to write a malicious PostScript file. So I guess what we need to do is, if anybody knows how to, I think I looked up like one vulnerability over here, and this is for a project that does something with Ghostscript. I'll just link it to everybody in chat over here. There you go. And this is for another CVE that does command injection via Ghostscript. So according to this, we've got, so this particular version of Ghostscript mishandles permission validation, etc., etc. And what we need to do is we need to create our malicious file. And I guess what we're doing is creating file.ps. So ps, So this is a PostScript file. So I've never heard of a PostScript file before a couple days ago. And exactly what kind of file this is, I'm not completely sure. But PostScript is supposed to, it's got something to do with image generation. And what we need to do, well, what we need to understand is that it can run code in certain circumstances. So I guess we've got we can use this file as a reference. We'll just copy the code and then we'll create it over on our server. Sorry, in our, let's see, where are we working out of? The temp directory here. So we're just going to call this malicious.ps and paste in the code. And what we want to do is we want to figure out how we can insert malicious commands inside this file. Okay. So how do we do that? I think they talk about it inside of the Python code. In this case, the hack uses a Python script to inject some code into the PostScript file. So if we take a look at this Python file, let's make this nice and big so that we can all see. We've got our payload. So we got payload. We have the function here, generate reverse shell payload with an IPN port. So in our case, we're probably not going to be using a reverse shell payload. We're probably going to be doing something much more simple. Maybe we'll create a file in the temporary directory, and that's going to be our payload. So let's see. So generate the payload. The payload is defined over here, and we need to find where it references the payload later in the script here. So let's go ahead and search for payload. There are a lot of matches for payload. Okay. So payload, 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 payload. So, okay. So it looks like we've got some legitimate stuff in here, but then in the middle of the legitimate PS code, PostScript code, we've got the payload. Does the payload work this? Does it work this simply? All we need to do is just put in our reverse shell command or whatever payload we want? That seems a little bit too easy. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Let me copy this code. And then let's do a little bit of debugging. So let's create let's make it test.py, paste in the code. And all we want to do is we want to see what the payload actually looks like. So what do we need to do? So right after we define this code right here, we're just going to delete everything else. I guess what we should have done is we should have commented everything out instead of deleting it, but it's pretty easy to get this stuff back if we actually need it. So we're going to print. What are we going to print? Generate rev shell payload with what? The IP and the port. So I guess we do IP 127.0.0.1, and the port is going to be port 443. Let's see what actually comes out when we run this thing. So Python test.py. Oh, I think we need to put this in. We need to put this in quotes. It expects a string there, I think. Okay. Okay, so it just says, huh, this is exactly what comes out, huh? Is it set as a variable inside of that file, like this? Okay, so if we wanted to create a payload, what would we put in there? So we've got malicious PS file in here. And we want to insert our payload. I think what we want to do is we just want to insert the payload directly into the PS file in this case. So Kevin Johnson on YouTube. Hello, nice to see you here. Good evening. The hacking party is rocking. Thank you very much, Kevin Johnson. And you know what? Have a hack the planet, and welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vibe code some more. Let's ask what DeepSeek would do. So we have this PS file contents. We have these PS file contents, and we want to insert a malicious Linux OS command. Okay, what does it think? Okay, so here's how to inject a malicious command into your PostScript file while maintaining the original structure. We'll leverage GhostScript's pipe vulnerability to execute arbitrary commands. Okay, so where is our payload? I guess it is this part right here. Okay, so let's copy this part, and so before we actually put it inside of our file, we'll take a look at what the payload is actually doing. I guess they talk about it here. Let's make this a little bigger so that we can read it easily. Okay, so let's see. Key attack components. We've got our command injection. So we got pipe, touch, temp, pwned, and curl, something, 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 and then pipe it into bash. So we're creating a file. So we're creating a file called pwned, and then we're downloading something. We're downloading a shell script, and then we're executing it with bash. I think that's what's happening here. So it creates a file, temp pwned as proof of execution, fetches and executes a remote script, replace URL with your listener. Exploit chain. So what do we got? Oh, we got ads on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and take a look at some birds. How about the sparrows? Here you go. We'll be back in about a minute, but enjoy watching the greedy sparrow. Just gonna take a little water break. Okay, so we've got a question from YouTube, from Weeaboo. Does DeepSeek teach how to crack software? Does DeepSeek teach how to crack software? That's I don't know. I know that you're not allowed to ask political questions about a certain country, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't seem to have any qualms about talking about hacking topics. So this is one of the reasons why I prefer to use DeepSeek right now over ChatGPT, because when you use ChatGPT, you have to prefix everything by saying CTF exercise and cybersecurity and education only, and it just adds up to a lot of extra stuff that I have to type out, and that's one of the reasons why I prefer to use DeepSeek. Okay, so let's see. So we got our chain, right? So bypass safety checks. Pipe is going to, why does this exist in GhostScript? That's a very good question. So obfuscation, etc., etc. So all right, desafer flag. File validation, check magic numbers. Okay, so save as. Oh, we can actually use the PDF extension. Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and grab the payload and put it inside of our PostScript file. Okay, so let's go over and edit the PostScript file. So it's this one. So this is all normal code, and I guess where are we supposed to inject this? So according to, okay, we inject it immediately. All right, sure. So let's inject our malicious payload, and let's go ahead and let's edit this. So we're just going to create the pwned file, and then we're just going to print a message there. So the message is going to be something like echo okay, how about we echo something like this is like the 4chan hack. And we're going to pipe that into temp pwned. Okay, so just like this. We'll see if this actually works. Let's go ahead and save out the file. And I guess we're going to need to rename this. So malicious.ps is going to become malicious PDF. And then let's upload the file. Alex C says, I need to know what kind of keyboard switches you've got. I think it's time to upgrade my Cherry MX Blue to whatever you've got. I use a very cheap keyboard. I don't think you want to upgrade to whatever I'm using. It's just a generic like gamer keyboard, like a corded gamer keyboard. It's got some RGB lighting effects, but it's not anything special. But if you think it sounds nice, then thank you very much. And welcome to the stream, Alex C. Hey. Are you a cybersecurity professional? Are you a student? Or if you're something, are you something else? Let us know. And why don't you have a Nyan Cat, since we're doing since we're memeing, and 4chan is all about the memes. Okay, so it looks like we're running out of time, so we're already over time. So I'm just going to try to upload this thing and see if it actually executes. All right, let's go ahead and try to upload this to our web application. Okay, let's go ahead and upload malicious PDF. Okay, so it says file uploaded. So we should be able to see it in the uploads directory. And we see it here, okay. So LXC says, I'm not in cybersecurity, I'm an aerospace engineer. Okay. I enjoy watching your videos, so thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that we've got an aerospace engineer among the audience on YouTube. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at so we should be able to get the OS command injection to run if we access the file. So we access the file, and let's see if the payload actually went off. So we've got, it looks like it didn't go off. Because if it did go off, then there should be a file called pwned over here in the temporary directory. I guess what we could do is we could make the payload a little bit simpler. Let's try that. Oh. I don't think I spelled that correctly. Yeah. Anyways, you got to spell correctly to do hacking. If you do not spell correctly, you do not get to hack. Okay, so we've got, I guess all we're going to do is we're just going to run this command. We're just going to run this command to create this file in the temporary directory. And that's going to be the extent of the payload. Cypher Enigma says, I did a challenge for CTF this past weekend that had this. Really? Oh, okay. I have a Python script that generates the PDF file if you'd like. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it if you have it. Because, well, I'm not even sure if the code that I've got running for the web server is actually like legitimate code. But anyways, let's save this out. Let's rename the file. So copy malicious PDF. We'll call it, I don't know, other payload.pdf. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Katia Cruz. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. And why don't you have what do we got? How about a desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to upload this other payload PDF. Okay, so it should be in rename to AB move AB. Are you talking about renaming the file? I think we did it. I think we did it successfully. Okay, so this runs, but it doesn't run. Okay, so you've got the command injection Oh, no. I was trying to copy. Oh, you know what? You're right. It wouldn't. Well, I mean, Yeah, I already modified the code, so it's actually okay. I think it'll be okay like this. But let's see if. Okay, so it didn't. It didn't go off one more time. Okay, let me take a look at Cypher Enigma's link over here. Hold on, gotta copy that. Gotta check it in another. I'm just gonna check that that it's not something ultra weird in another browser tab, because not that I don't trust Cypher Enigma, it's just that I have to. It's just that I have to be a little bit careful on my live streams, just in case people link weird stuff. Not that I'm saying that Cypher Enigma would, but I have to do this with all the links. Okay, so what do we got? Like command injection. Okay, so proof of concept. Great. Oh, you know what? We took a look at this. So, okay, so Cypher Enigma, what was the syntax that you used? So this one worked. Okay, so to create the, all right, so I guess we're going to use the Python script. Well, the Python script, the known hack over at the GitHub repository that we're looking at. So that was this. So I guess we need to git clone this. So what we need to do is just git clone this. Okay. Let's go ahead and so we'll git clone this first of all. Why is this taking so long? For some reason, the speed slowed down a lot. Okay, I don't know why. Suddenly I got really sluggish. So we go into the username anarchy directory. We got our I think I copied the wrong. My processes are so high. I think that might be. Huh. What is taking up all my time? Oh, I think the Ghost script stuff is running. The Ghost script stuff, for some reason, is eating up a lot of cycles. Noble on YouTube, meowing right now. Interesting. Linux, yeah, that's Linux, all right. Have a cool cat. There you go. There's a cool cat. Noble, nice. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see that. That's a Twitch emote. I don't know what the emote would be in YouTube. Anyways, let's. I think I copied over the wrong repository. Where did I put it? Over here? Yeah, I don't think this is the right thing. No, this is not the right thing. Why was I on? That's weird. Oh, I forgot to paste in. Okay, that's why. Okay, so copy the script out of the code block. I just copied the script out of the code block. Okay. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Let's enter that directory. CV something. Okay. So we got our Python script here. What do we got? So according to Cypher Enigma, they set their command like this. I guess what all we don't want to do is we want to touch tmp pwned, and that's it. Like this. Nibble says CV 2023 updated my BIOS for that. Let's see. I did inject. You can do generate. I think inject is fine here too because we already have the file over here. I guess the in this case we can do file.ps like this. Okay, so let's take a look at file.ps. So this is the actual payload over here, and let's go ahead and rename this. So move this, and we're going to turn it into the PDF file. Great. Let's go ahead and upload that file over here. Browse that thing, and we need to back out. Where's the direct? Here it is. Okay. Upload this. Okay, looks like everything is going okay. Let's activate the file now. So if this worked successfully, then we should have an additional file in our temp directory. Hold on. It looks like I think the problem is that we didn't configure our uploads.php file correctly. I think webroot is the base. Webroot is the base. Okay, in that case, let's go over to Okay, so if webroot is the base, then we need to adjust the payload. So in that case, we would have to why would we use the uploads directory? Because why wouldn't you use the uploads directory? Well, let's see. I wanted to see if we could write files to other parts of the web server. Webroot is the base unless you added some other vhost. Right. Okay. Let's edit the file. So it's going to be down at the bottom. So let's just do this command then. Okay. Actually, you know what? We can just move into, where are we? We can just edit it directly from here. This one over here. Actually, we can't, well, we need to run sudo to edit this file. Okay, so just this. Okay, and then let's try to access it from here. So it's either reading, no, we have to do it from, I'm pretty sure we have to do it from the web application to get it to activate, right? But there's no way of actually accessing the thing. Well, let's try uploading it again then. Okay, so it says thumbnail generated. So if we generated the thumbnail, it should have ran the Go script code. And that means there should be... It didn't go off. So, well, okay. We're gonna have to do some debugging next time, because we're gonna be investigating this again. What I want to do at the end is try to mimic the environment as close as I can, and maybe create a Docker container that has the web application running. So you have to render the PDF, as I understand it. Yeah, so how do we get the application to render the PDF is the question. Because we've got this code in our PHP page. Oh, it's not writable. Wait. Well, it's not writable, but we can read it okay. So this should be, we should be doing this this shell exec over here. Let's see, Noble says it should be able to spit it out if it's on the server. Well, browse to the upload directory in the browser. Browse the upload directory in the browser. We have been doing that. Try navigating to the PDF in the browser again. Maybe try the absolute path on the payload. Try the absolute path on the payload. Okay, so that would mean we need to edit the payload over here. Actually, the payload is in this directory. So the absolute path would be var www html uploads, just like this. Okay, and then we'll try uploading it again. And then after this is done, the file is here. The problem is if I access the file from here, it's not being rendered with the web app. It's just being rendered with my browser, and there's nothing in here. So what we need to do is we need some sort of function that specifically accesses the file after it's been uploaded, and it should upload. It should have something done with it using GS after it's uploaded, because I think that's how the application works. So if move uploaded file temp name into the target path, file uploaded, processing with JavaScript, and then we run the Go script over here. I wonder if this is the correct payload, because the Go script payload. Because if the Go script payload isn't working properly, then it's not gonna work. So maybe I should copy that and check with the AI, because we're doing vibe coding right now. Where are we? Here. So is this PHP Go script call vulnerable to OS command injection, or I guess command injection in general. Yeah, I guess you could do that with the PHP. Okay, so what it does correctly escapes the file name to prevent argument injection. Not in the way you might expect. Okay. So the real vulnerability is the pipe exploit. Even with proper escaping, if the uploaded file contains malicious PostScript code, okay, GhostScript will execute commands when processing the file. Sure. Save the file, process with the GhostScript, create this. Noble, that's great. That's great. Anyways, let's you know what we haven't done? We haven't done a little video redeem. How about we do the frog song? And this is a song that sounds kind of like a frog. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research because we are going to spend a little bit more time trying to refine this. Maybe some music would help. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's go ahead and put on some music. So I like me some Japanese action games, and this is the soundtrack from a really good one back from like 2011 or so, and the game is called. Actually, no, I think it was from 2009, but the game is called Muramasa: The Demon Blade, and it was only available for the Switch, or I think it was only available for the GameCube. No, what is the one that came after the GameCube? Darn it, I don't remember. But it's got a really good soundtrack. Anyways, please enjoy this soundtrack. It's got some really good Japanese music. Let's make the music a little softer. Okay, as usual, if you think that the music is a little bit too loud, let us know, and we'll try to adjust the volume. Okay, so we'll come back to this next time, because I want to eventually get this up and running, and then we'll create a Docker container out of this, and then hopefully we can post this up to our GitHub, and we'll be cool people. Leo Bricks, hello, nice to see you here. Leo Bricks, you've done web page stuff before, right? Which language do you deploy your web page in? Is it JavaScript, or is it PHP, or is it something else? Anyways, let's move on to the next topic for today's stream, because we're about 30 minutes behind. We're going to be doing some labs from Overthewire.org, and if you want to take a look at what we're doing over here. JavaScript, okay. Alright, let's go ahead and we're going to be starting from level number 18, I think it is. Let's commit these changes. And let's go ahead and take a look at our walkthroughs. Okay, this is for Overthewire Bandit. This is going to be a little bit easier because we know what we're doing here. Hopefully we know what we're doing here. This is level number 18. If anybody wants to join in with us, then we'll give you the username and the password. We got more ads. Ads are running on Twitch right now, so I guess we'll also do the ads on Twitch and YouTube, and we're gonna go ahead and watch some birds. How about a woodpecker? This is my favorite woodpecker. And Noble, if you want to, if you want to add your commentary now, that's fine. But anyways, let me take a little water break. I'll be back in just a moment or two. Okay, we got more people following on Twitch. We'll be addressing them in just a minute. Just need to make sure that that they're past the ads. Anyways, this is that's a burb. Yeah, that sure is. So this is a hungry woodpecker. It's a northern flicker woodpecker, and it's got a fun little mustache. So let me pause this so I can point out how nice this mustache is right here. So these little guys, the Western versions, they have the red mustache. The Eastern versions have the black mustache. But these are males. So males have the mustache. Females do not have the mustache, and that's how you tell them apart. Yeah, this guy is having the time of his life with the bullet peanuts over here. Alex C says, "I like the birds." Thank you very much, Alex C. This is just something we do during the breaks, because we don't want anybody to miss any of the hacking action. While we take our little breaks, we have to take them every 30 minutes or so. It also gives us a good opportunity to have a little bit of water and maybe get up and stretch if we really need to. Okay, so let's see. Velux Mortis has followed on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow, Velux Mortis. You are now a HackerFrog, and why don't you have one of these? These are some more birds. These are the Stellar Jays. Noble says, "Leave the mic on when you use the washroom." Good content. You know what? That would make that would only be a problem if I took the microphone to the bathroom, but I don't think I'll be doing that. But thank you for the suggestion. All right, let's go ahead and start off with our first level of Bandit over here at Bandit Labs. Before we do that, let's go ahead and clean up our terminal a bit. Let's move back into the temp directory where we like to do all of our stuff. Just need to make sure that everything is nice and clean, because when the terminals are messy, then we are not happy. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So everybody, you can join in as well, and if you want to join in with us, then you can do so from your own Linux console, or you can use this virtual machine over here. So this is a virtual machine that's hosted online. Whoops, here we go. And this is a little Linux virtual machine that's being hosted on the website bellard.org. Noah says, "I never clean the terminal. Wanted to plug in that artificially extends my limit for like a year." Okay, so this is a web accessible terminal. You don't need to necessarily have your own version of Linux or a console. You can just use this one. But the problem is that sometimes the network connection for the Linux virtual machine here is a bit spotty. Let's see if it's cooperating with us today. So these are Linux CTF labs. We have to solve little Linux security puzzles in order to get the access to the next level. So these are CTF games. They stand for Capture the Flag. The flag is basically a password or some sort of special phrase that proves that you've finished the CTF exercise. So let's go ahead and access the level. It's going to be Bandit 18, I think. Bandit 18 at bandit.org. Dockerlabs.overthewire.org on port 2220. And let me make sure this works. Fedora Ancient version. You know what? Any version of Linux is going to be okay, as long as it's got SSH. Because we're not actually using the host, we're using the Bandit server. Okay, let's go ahead and paste in the password. Okay, we're... Oh, right. So this is the correct... This is the correct stuff. Alexi, I'm about to join the game on my iPhone using Safari. I don't know if Safari will be able to run that this JS Linux. If it can, let us know, because that would be very funny. Okay, need to make this a little bit smaller. I wonder... Huh. I just need to make this... just big enough. 170. Is that going to be okay? Okay. Anyways, so for each one of these levels, I'm going to be making a little YouTube video out of them. So please, if you want to, you can say hi YouTube, and you might show up in the YouTube video. Anyways, all right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Bandit CTF games over at overthewire.org, and this is Bandit level 18 to 19. So let's go ahead and start the exercise. So over here, we're going to run this command to log into the level. So we've got Bandit 18 using SSH to log in. And we're going to wait for the connection to come through. Okay, so we need to paste in the password from the from the previous level. Paste it in, hit enter to log in. So the problem is that it says enjoy your stay, and then it says bye-bye. So they close the connection as soon as we log in. Why is this happening? Let's go ahead and take a look at what is actually happening on this application. Let me grab my presentation PDF, like slide files. Gasp. Yeah. Theo, hey, nice to see you here. Everybody, did you know that B7HEO, or Theo, is a cybersecurity creator? So we're going to shout out B7, and there you go. Welcome to the stream, Theo. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a Hack the Planet, old school. Actually, wait, let's give you a War Games, because this is a great movie.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so let's. I've got this little PDF file that has a bunch of slides. Talks about the Bandit CTF concepts. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Okay, this is probably on page, I don't know, like 80 or so. Okay, let's go back. It's not on page 80. Okay, so what are we talking about on this level? We're talking about the SSH command on login. This is how we're going to be solving this level. So as soon as we log in, it logs us out, it says bye-bye, and then it closes the connection. So the login for this level is designed to log the user out as soon as they log in, so they can't read the password for the next level. So what we should probably point out right now is the level goal. And the level goal for this level is the password for the next level is stored in the file readme in the home directory. Unfortunately, someone has modified .bashrc to log you out when you log into SSH. So we need to read this file, but we're logged out as soon as we're logged in, so how can we finish this? Let's go ahead and go back to our presentation. Where's that thing? Here we go. So SSH can be used to run a command immediately on login, and through this method we can read the password for the next level. So we know that the password for the next level is in the README file, so all we need to do is run SSH with this additional argument right here, which is the command we want to run, which is cat readme. So let's go ahead and do that. So, whoops, over here, we're going to run the same command we did last time, but we're just going to add cat readme to the end. Okay, we're going to run that. It's going to ask us for the password again. We're just going to paste in the password, hit enter, and then instead of our actual login message, we get the output from the command cat readme, which is the password for the next level. So we just need to use this as the password for the next level. Okay, so this is Bandit 19. This is the password. And let's go, before we finish off, let's talk about what we learned in this level. So in this level, it's Bandit 18, our username. Password is this. The objective was, the password for the next level is stored in the README file in the home directory. Unfortunately, someone has modified .bashrc to log you out when you log in with SSH. Thank you very much, Crazy Lester. Crazy Lester, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Why don't you have a Nyan Cat? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how did we solve this this level? So the method of solve for this level is the system logs you out as soon as you log in. We can run SSH with an argument to read the password file as soon as we log in. So we just need to run the same SSH command to log in, but we just need to tag this little additional command on in between the double quotes, cat readme, and that's all we need to do. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Level 18 of the Bandit CTF game over at Overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided CTF walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time. Okay, so we're just going to keep on moving on to the next level. So it's going to be level number 19. So, level 19, let me grab the walkthrough over here. And then let's get the SSH command ready over here. So this is Bandit number 19. All right, so everybody, if you're learning something new through these demonstrations, then I'm very, very happy. I'm here to teach everybody about what I know. Of course, I don't know everything, but I'll teach what I know, and maybe we can all learn from each other. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 19 from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. Let's take a look at the level goal for this level first before we log in. So it says to gain access to the next level, you should use the setuid binary in the home directory. Execute it without arguments to find out how to use it. The password for this level can be found in the usual place, /etc/bandit_pass, after you've used the setuid binary. So let's log in, and then we'll talk a little bit about how this level works. So over here, we'll log into Bandit level 19. It's going to ask for the password. Let me go ahead and grab that password real quick. Okay. Paste in the password. Paste in the password. Okay, we're logged in. So what were they talking about? They were talking about this binary over here. So this is what is referred to as a setuid binary. And we can tell that something is a setuid binary when we examine it, because it has this S bit set over here when we look at it with the ls command. So what does this actually mean? Let's talk a little bit about this. Okay, so in Bandit level 19, we're talking about SUID binaries. So this level features an SUID binary that runs as the Bandit 20 user. So an SUID binary will always run with the permissions as its file owner, and in this case, the file owner is the Bandit 20 user. So because SUID binaries always run in the context of its file owner, that is Bandit 20, when we run this binary, we'll basically be running it with the Bandit 20 user's permissions. Remember, we're the Bandit 19 user, and we want to access Bandit 20's password. So we can use this SUID binary to read the Bandit 20 user's password. So let's go ahead and illustrate what's going on here. So as the Bandit 19 user, we don't have access to the password for Bandit 20. So if we take a look at etc. Bandit pass, Bandit _ pass, Bandit 20, we see that this file is owned by Bandit 20, so we won't be able to read it. The only person that can read it is the Bandit 20 user. So if we try to read this file, Bandit pass Bandit 20, it says permission denied. But if we use this SUID binary, we can bypass this restriction because this binary basically runs any command as the Bandit 20 user. So we run Bandit 20 do, and then we run cat / etc. Bandit pass / Bandit 20. And then we get the password. Okay, so before we finish out, let's talk a little bit about what we did in this level. So over here, this is Bandit level 20. Actually, no, this is Bandit 19. Okay, so in Bandit level 19, this is the password. The objective was, to gain access to the next level, you should use the setuid binary in the home directory, execute it without arguments to find out how to use it. The password for the next level is found in the usual place, in the /etc/ /bandit pass directory, after you've used the setuid binary. So the method of solve for this level is that the SUID binary runs as the Bandit 20 user. We know from the documentation that the password is in the etc. bandit pass directory, so we just need to run the binary and then run the command we want to run to get access to the password. And then we're finished. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 19 level over at Overthewire.org, Bandit CTF games. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time. Okay, let's move on to the next level. So it's going to be level number 20, and we're going to be doing one more level after this one. And then we're going to move on to our hacking challenge, where we're going to be doing a challenge that we haven't seen before. Okay, so let's see, level number 20. The Vault 1999 says, remember, setuid binaries are creepy. They have their uses, but you have to be very careful about what kind of binaries you let run as setuid binaries. But they're very often used for privileged escalation vectors inside of Linux systems. So you gotta be careful. Okay, let's go ahead and set up our next level. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 20 from the Over the Wire Labs over at, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 20 from the Bandit Labs from overthewire.org. So before we get into our into the level, let's read a little bit about what we're supposed to do inside this level. So the level goal says, there is a setuid binary in the home directory that does the following. It makes a connection to localhost on the port you specify as a command line argument. It then reads a line of text from the connection and compares it to the password in the previous level. That is Bandit 20. If the password is correct, it will transmit the password for the next level, which is Bandit 21. Okay, so what is going on here? We're going to discuss this in just a little bit. Let's log in first of all. So we've got Bandit level 20. Let's log in. Let me grab the password. We need to paste that in. Okay, paste that in, hit enter. And let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. So we've got this SUID binary called suconnect. So what we need to do is we need to run this binary. If we just run it by itself, whoops, you need to spell correctly. Okay, this program will connect to a given port on the local host using TCP. If it receives the correct password from the other side, the next password is transmitted back. So when I first took a look at this challenge here, I expected that there would be a service already on localhost that we can connect to. And if we take a look at the various networking services that are listening, so Netstat, Tulpin, we see that these ports are listening on the local host. So the problem is that none of these ports here are broadcasting the password for the current level, which means that we can't solve this by using a port that is already existing. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. So on Bandit level 20, we have to do a netcat listener setup. So this level requires us to run an SUID binary that connects to a localhost port, and if that localhost port is outputting the password for Bandit 20, it will reveal the password to Bandit level 21. So what we need to do here is we need to set up a listening port on the localhost, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to use netcat. So netcat is the Swiss Army knife of networking, and we can do it. You can use it to do a lot of things, including broadcast a password on a certain port. So the first thing we do is create a localhost listening port using netcat, which outputs the password for Bandit 20. So let's go ahead and do that over here. So I'm pretty sure I've still got the password. Yeah, it's still over here. Okay. So we're going to run this command, echo the password, and then we're going to pipe that out to netcat. So netcat, we're going to run it in this mode over here, so no DNS lookup, listening, verbose, and port number. So we're going to specify port 1234. Any port will do as long as it's not currently being used. So the last thing we need to do is we need to run it as a process, which means that we'll be able to use the terminal while it's being run. So this is going to create a process that creates a listener. So we can actually get that the process is being run. Oh, it doesn't list it. That's interesting. It doesn't list our listener on port 1234. Okay, but it should be listening on port 1234, and what we can do is you can use the suconnect binary to access it. So we run suconnect on port 1234 like this, and it says connection received on so I guess it connected using this port to reach out to it, and then it read in the password for the current level, and then it gives us this message, password matches, sending next password, and this is the password for the next level. Oh, we only saw IPv6. Really? Oh. Okay, sorry. This is the password for. I thought this command output IPv4. I mean, even if it is IPv6, then it should be the same, shouldn't it? But then again, how do we output IPv4 then? Use -4. Oh, okay. -4. I guess we need to tack on a 4 on the end of this. But anyways, okay, let's go ahead and finish out the level. So before we finish out this level, let's talk a little bit about how we solved the level. So this is Bandit level 20. This was the password. The objective was there's a setuid binary in the home directory that does the following: makes a connection to the localhost and the port. You specifies a command line argument. Then reads a line of text from the connection and compares it to the password in the previous level. If the password is correct, it will transmit the password to the next level. So this SUID binary will connect to the specified port, and if the port service provides the password for the current level as output, the binary will then output the password for Bandit 21. So the first step is to set up the listener on the localhost port, which we did with this command over here. So we echoed out the password, then we piped it out to netcat on port 1234, and we set it as a process with this part over here. Then we use the SU connect binary to access the listener that we set up, just like this. Alright, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 20 level from the Bandit CTF games on Overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, let's finish the last level we're going to be doing today. So the last level we're doing today is Bandit level 21, and this one is... this actually covers something that we do quite often when we do CTF labs, and because we're going to be taking a look at cron jobs. So let's go ahead and start the level. Before we do that, should probably set up our environment over here. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Bandit level 21 from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. Before we start, let's go ahead and take a look at the goal for this level of the game, and it says a program is running automatically at regular intervals from cron, the time-based job scheduler. Look in the etc cron.d directory for the configuration and see what command is being executed. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this level. So over here, we're going to log in as Bandit 21. Let me go ahead and grab the password for the level. Okay, paste in the password. And there's nothing here. The reason why there's nothing here is because we need to access the cron D manager. So what we need to do is we need to take a look at what's going on inside that directory. So the directory is going to be etc cron.d. And we see that there are a couple of different cron jobs that are running for the users over here. So there's one for Bandit 22, one for Bandit 23, and one for Bandit 24. So this tells you that we're going to be doing a lot of this cron job stuff in the next few levels. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cron job for Bandit user 22. So what is it doing? So the stars over here indicate that the cron job is running at specific intervals. So I think this one is every minute, and this one is every hour, or every day, every week, and every month. So it is running every minute. It's running this process over here. So these are we got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. We'll be back in about a minute. It's just that we have to play these ads because they're mandatory. Anyways, let's go ahead and put on. Hey, how about this little guy? He's just a little guy having some peanuts and having a good time. Anyways, we'll be back in about a minute. I have to take a little water break. That's a happy birdie. So if you haven't seen this bird before, this is a Steller's jay, and they're basically the blue jays of the West Coast. So on the East Coast, you see blue jays, the blue and white ones. These are the West Coast versions, the black and blue ones. Anyways, I think a little. Yeah, a little little squirrel comes out to have some peanuts after this. So that's the problem with putting peanuts on the floor, is that the squirrels can get to them. Not that we mind all that much. The squirrels are also very cute. Okay, let's put the birds away. So what we need to do is we need to take a look at what's happening inside of the file that is being run over here. So this is being run at regular intervals, so every minute or so. And we're running this file over here in the context of the Bandit 22 user. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this file. So we can use the cat command to take a look at what's happening inside of this shell script file, and it's doing something. We know that this is a script file because it's got this prefix over here. So this tells the system that is running, it should be running as the bash terminal. And we see here that we're modifying the permissions for this file right here. So this is a file in the temporary directory. We're going to make it readable and writable. We're going to make it, oh, I think this is just readable. So 4 means that we can read a file, and 3 means that we can write a file. And if it's readable and writable, then the number is going to add up to 7. But in this case, anybody can read this file. And then we're going to read the password for Bandit 22, and then we're going to redirect that output from the command into this file in the temporary directory here. So this is how we solve the level. We need to read this file because it's, well, according to the script, it's readable. So all we need to do is copy this and then read that file in the temporary directory. And this is the password for the next level. Okay, so before we finish out this level, let's go ahead and do a little recap over at GitHub. So this is Bandit 21. The password is this. The objective: a program is running automatically at regular intervals from cron, the time-based job scheduler. Look in the etc cron d directory for the configuration and see what command is being executed. So how do we solve the level? So the first thing we did was that we enumerated the cron d directory's contents. So we just took a look in there, and we saw that there was a file for Bandit 22. So we read that file. And then we saw that there was specific shell script that was referenced in there. So we took a look at the script that's being run with the cat command. And we observed that the script makes a file in the temp directory readable by all users, and then copies the password from the Bandit 22 user into it. So let's read it using the cat command over here. So grab the file name that's being referenced, and then read it, and that's the password from the next level. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Bandit 21 level from the Bandit CTF labs over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, let's go ahead and move into the final part of today's stream. Okay, so for the final part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Linux CTF box hacking. So what do we mean by this? We mean... oh gosh, I see that my machine is running really slow because it's probably still running all of those weird GS commands from earlier in the stream. Sigma Gat says, does that mean we can work at NASA? I don't know where you picked up that that we're going to be working at NASA, but sure. Okay, so we've got this these commands over here. I think it was Ghost Script. So GS, these ones. How do we kill everything that's being run by the www data user? There's got to be some way, right? So Linux kill all processes of a specific user. If you know offhand, let us know. Okay, so how do I kill a user's processes using their UID? So pkill UUID. Okay. So pkill UUID or username instead of UID. Ah, okay. Username's a lot easier. So pkill u pkill u www data. Huh, operation not permitted. I guess we need to run that as sudo. Okay, so yeah. Slyborg, hello! Wow, I didn't know you were streaming, Slyborg. Slyborg is another cybersecurity creator, and you can check them out over at this. Over here. There you go. And welcome Raiders. Welcome Raiders. We're just finishing up our Bandit CTF labs. What are we doing today? We're just going to be starting out our Linux hacking lab. So, but hey everybody, and welcome Raiders from Slyborg's channel. You know what? Let's give you all a special video redeem. How about well, this is not. We do this one a lot.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get out!
But Slyborg is learning cybersecurity, and I think, are you okay talking about what you used to do? You used to do what was it, like commercial, like retail work, right? If you don't want to share, that's okay too. But yeah, people are coming into cybersecurity from all sorts of different backgrounds. I myself got a degree in visual arts. So I come from an artist background, but I'm now doing cybersecurity. Who knew? Okay, so what are we doing here? We're going to be working from a lab over at Dockerlabs.es. So if you don't know about this website, this is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers that are running Linux, and then you can do hacking against them. So, Sigma Gat says, visual arts. Yeah, I was in Illustrator before, so I used to work in pencil mostly, and I did all sorts of like portraits and like landscape stuff. But yeah, I don't do that stuff anymore. But I got a degree in it. Let's see, not retail. Okay. So you used to do services. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, let's go ahead and access the challenge. So. You can do this stuff yourself if you've got access to a Kali Linux machine and install Docker on it, because these are all Docker containers, and these Docker containers you can download and deploy. Artist gone hacker. Yeah, well, I learned some stuff in art school, I did. I learned about how to draw stuff, but I also learned that the art world is all about selling your product. In this case, the product is your art. Anyways, we're gonna download the. I think we're down. Did we download the container? So okay, to download the container, all we need to do is go to the link. And I guess if you want to do the same challenge that we're doing, you can use this link and download the challenge. You're going to need to have access to a machine that has a Linux machine with Docker installed. Okay, so we download the challenge. It's not very big. It's only 141 megabytes. After it's done, we can access it from our downloads directory over here. Shouldn't take too long. But my name is the Shy Hat. I do all sorts of beginner cybersecurity content over at Twitch and YouTube. I enjoy teaching people, and I usually try to explain as best I can what I'm doing on the stream, so that the hacking stuff isn't completely foreign to everybody. But let's go ahead and unzip this challenge over here. It's called Chocolate Lovers. I wonder why. So we're just going to unzip the file. And we're gonna replace this script. So to actually deploy the Docker containers, we're gonna use a script over here. It's called autodeploy.sh. So we just need to make the autodeploy script executable first by using the chmod command, and then we can run the command over here. So we're just gonna do autodeploy.sh on the Chocolate Lovers tar file over here. So this is going to deploy the machine. So for anybody who knows how to speak Spanish, you might be helpful today, because I don't speak Spanish, but because we're using a Spanish cybersecurity platform, everything's in Spanish. So it says, "Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento." I do not speak Spanish, but it says, "We are now deploying the vulnerable machine. Please wait a moment." And then after it's done deploying, it gives us an IP address that we can access the machine on, which is this one right here. So this is a Docker container. So this is the default IP address for Docker containers on the Docker network or network interface. So let's go ahead and examine this using Nmap. So Nmap is Luis Morez says, Preguntame a mí. I do not know. Please let us know what that means. But Luis, you speak Spanish. Habla español, maybe, or probably is what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and use Nmap to scan this IP address. So the Docker container has an IP address that we're going to scan using the Nmap program. So with the Nmap program, we're going to try to determine what ports and services are available. Ask to me. Oh, okay. So preguntame is ask. Today I learned. So we're going to use Nmap to output everything very verbose. We're going to run it on all the ports, and we're going to run it very, very fast. And along with that, we're also going to try to run some common scripts and versioning information with this particular argument over here. So let's go ahead and run Nmap. And it looks like there's only one port available. Okay, so as is common on these Linux machines, this is actually a web application hacking challenge, because we only have port 80 open. So what is happening on here? We don't know. I've never done this challenge before. You might be able to help us out if you know something about cybersecurity. If you don't, that's fine too. And we're just going to illustrate how to do hacking against this kind of challenge. So we need to figure out what is happening on this web port. So port 80 runs the HTTP service, which is the unencrypted version of web pages. And what we can do is we can run a few different preliminary scanning tools. So This one is Derb. It's an older web directory busting tool which tries to figure out what files and directories are available on the web page. So when we run it, it's going to tell us that there's an index.html page and a server status page. So that doesn't really help us too much, but it gives us a little bit of information. So the next tool that we're going to run is the Nicto tool, and Nicto is a web app vulnerability scanner. It'll tell us if there are any common vulnerabilities present on the server. Slyborg says, I was doing GoBuster directory busting today. Yeah, I used to teach GoBuster, but I think I've moved over to another tool that's called FerrixBuster, and it just looks a lot nicer. But GoBuster is good too. Sometimes you don't... GoBuster is standard. FerrixBuster is something you have to install. So GoBuster is probably a better choice if you can't install anything on your machine. Okay, so we didn't get very much from the Nicto scan. That's fine too. So before we do our last scan, I want to check out the web page manually first. So we can do that over our web browser by accessing this IP address. Okay, so this is just a default page. So default pages mean that the web server is here, but the website isn't necessarily in the usual spot. If there's a web page, it's probably going to be in another directory. So sometimes there's some crucial information inside these default pages in the HTTP comments. Huh. It says Nibble blog. So that might actually be a clue. So Nibble blog might be the name of some software that's being used on the on this web server. We're going to... I think I'm going to search and see if there's any known hacks for this particular software. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, well there are potential vulnerabilities here, if this is actually the software that's being used. So, we probably need to do a little bit more research about this piece of software here. I'm going to do a little Google search. Okay, so this one is going to be a CMS blog. There's a GitHub project associated with it. So we can actually take a look at the GitHub project to see what and where these directories might be. So admin, languages, plugins, themes. So would this be in the Nibble blog directory? Let's go and check this out. So just for now, let me close out some of these tabs. I get a little bit annoyed when there are too many tabs open in my web browser. So I'm just going to eliminate as many of these as I can because it's okay. So Nibble blog. What is the directory that it uses? Maybe blog or something, or Nibble blog. Let's try the Nibble blog endpoint. Okay, I guess that was a lucky guess. That was a lucky guess. Okay, so this is the base directory for this CMS over here. And what we need to do is we need to figure out what version of the blog is being run. Because we saw over here, and I guess we should be doing this in the research tab because that would make more sense. That there's some different attacks that we can do if Nibbleblog is being run with a certain version number. Hey Tommy, hello, nice to see you here, Tommy. And I'm very, very happy to hear that you passed the SQL class. Why don't you have let's have a special one for you. How about we give you a... I'm root. Here you go.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Because you're certainly system root of the SQL class. There you go, Tommy. Nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and... we need to enumerate this blog. Let's go ahead and do that with Ferrix Buster. So Ferrix Buster is a directory busting tool. It's a little bit like the GoBuster tool. It lets you know what files and directories exist on a web application. So we're going to specify a certain directory, and the web root for this application is Nibble blog. We need to specify some... so this is a PHP application, right? So when we take a look at the GitHub project, we see that there's a bunch of PHP files. So we should probably look for those PHP files, because we're trying to find out more about the application. So where are we? Here? No. Here. We're going to look for PHP pages, HTML pages, TXT pages, zip pages. I don't know, what else? I think that's a good start. Let's go ahead and look for those files. So, we're getting a lot of hits. Okay, so we found a lot of... We found a lot of different endpoints over here. So, sitemap, update. I wonder which one would tell us the version number. You know what? Let me ask the AI. The AI might know, because this is a pretty old piece of software. Okay. We are testing against a web app that is using the Nibble blog software. What endpoint will tell us the version info for this CMS? Okay, it's thinking. Okay, so you can find the version information. Nibbleblog exposes its version in... really? Oh, response headers often include X powered by. Okay. So it could be in the HTML comments. So first of all, let's see if it's in here. So we'll take a look at the HTML comments. It doesn't tell us the version information. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the endpoint over here, and I'm going to try accessing it with curl. So curl is a command line program we can use to access web pages. And let's see if we got the version information in the headers here. So this is our request headers for our connection, and these are the response headers. So it looks like we didn't get a version for the Nibble blog. That's okay. We'll look somewhere else. Where will we look? So according to the AI, we could check at this endpoint over here. So controller.php. Let's see if this endpoint exists. Where are we? Here. And let's see. Tommy says, My college teachers reached out. They need a teacher for intro networking and cybersecurity, and they thought of me, so I might be teaching soon. Wow, awesome, awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, intro to networking and cybersecurity. Is it going to be more? Is it going to be like one class that covers both networking and cybersecurity? Because that sounds like a fun. Sounds like a fun combo. Okay, let's see if this endpoint exists. Okay, so this endpoint doesn't exist. So maybe the AI was imagining things. Is there an admin directory? Is there a controller directory? Should probably check that out in the GitHub. So the thing about the GitHub is the GitHub actually gives you a lot of information about the application. So there's admin, languages, plugins, themes. Update.php, sitemap.php. Maybe it's in admin. So admin controllers. It's probably admin controllers. Okay. In that case, we need to go to what was it? Admin controllers within S. Okay, this is this is a big problem because we can directly access this directory information. So this is directory indexing or directory listing. This is a web app vulnerability where you can read all the contents of a directory without being logged in, without authentication. Okay, what was that endpoint we're looking for? Ajax controller, controller.php. Controller. Let's go back a directory. So I think we're looking for Ajax. What was the name of controller.php? Maybe we should look for this in the GitHub. So there's no controller.php in here. So I guess there is a controllers. So we're just looking. Go back up a level. Go into controllers. And I guess we can go to dashboard. Nope. Go to users. What are these bit files? Huh. That's... We can just read this code? Really? I guess we can look around and maybe see if there's if there are any credentials just hanging around here in the code. So I don't see any credentials yet. Thank you very much for following, Sharaf, nice to see you here, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Have a Nyan Cat on me. Okay, so if we can just wander around and we can just go to any directory and start reading the files. This is gonna... Okay, what do we need to do? We need to probably find... So these are users, and maybe we can go over to settings and see if we can find something in these settings that'll give us plugins, config. Don't see any credentials here. Comments. I guess this is the admin endpoint, but maybe there's more stuff in the admin endpoint. Let's see. Ajax, boot, controllers, JS. maybe in the GitHub over here, we should be looking for credentials, or where the credentials could be stored. We got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about this bird over here? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute because we gotta have to take a little water break. Just a moment. So this little guy is a little bit picky. He's kind of fussy with his food and spilling everything out of the bowl. But you know what? Everybody is NCR Ranger. Oh, I recognize that reference. That's from Fallout New Vegas. You are a gamer. You must be. Is this pixel art Sekiro OST? No. Well, I mean, this is from the Muramasa the Demon Blade game soundtrack, but it's got some really nice music. But welcome to the stream, NCR Ranger. Nice to see you here, and nice video game references. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so where do we... I guess we need to see where the database is. So, let's see. Database. No matches found for database. Let's move over here. And we'll search for it over here. I guess we can't search inside of here, huh? We can search here. Okay, we'll look for database. Plugin database in admin kernel plugin class. Okay, so admin kernel plugin class. Admin kernel. Actually, we should be doing it on the actual application over here. So admin kernel plugin class. Okay, so this isn't going to give us code because this is a PHP page, and PHP pages are going to be rendered. Pieka, hello, nice to see you here. Seriously, you're one of the most genuine and nice streamers out there. You studying is basically ASMR. Congrats. Thank you very much for the kind words. And let's see. Kevin Johnson says, how often do you find directory traversal activities in CTFs? Directory traversal is not... It's actually common on most applications. Okay. I shouldn't say that. If you get deep enough into an application, you'll eventually find directories that are listable or are indexable. You just have... Usually when you get like 2 or 3 directories deep, the deeper you are into the directory structure, the more likely they are to be directory listable, is what I'm trying to say. Mudskipper says, subscribe. Thank you very much, Mudskipper, on YouTube. Nice to see you here, and thank you for the subscription. How about we give you a... Oh, what is one that we haven't done in a while? How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things. Tommy C06 says, should I stream my Linux class? Yeah, well, I mean, you should probably get permission from your school or whoever is, like organizing that stuff. But if you can do it, why not? It might even be like free publicity for your school. So maybe they're not gonna mind so much. Okay, so database categories, comments. I still need to find out what version of the software is being run. So I'm not exactly sure where I would be looking for that. So let's see, helpers. I guess what we need to do is look for more of those bit files, because the bit files were, we could open up very easily, and they were in, they were in here. So I guess these bit files are something that are commonly used by this application in particular. This sure does look like PHP code. Sure does. Okay, so, man, the fact that PHP info, is it in here? Where, I wonder what directory it would be in. So this is the admin directory. Let's see, admin.bit. Oh, why does this have nothing in it? I guess for some reason this stuff is protected. Views, comments, dashboard, last comments. It's a PHP command. Right. I mean, usually when I see PHP info, it's in a particular page, a particular PHP page. So admin view settings. There's all this information here. Oh. No, I mean, this is just the author's name. This isn't necessarily a user's name. I focused in on this for a second. Okay, so user login. So there's no, I don't see any password over here. Comments, categories, post plugins. Admin. Maybe if we just go to Nibble blog by itself, that's gonna just take me to the blog. Maybe there's some hints in the blog. Okay, so here, welcome to Nibble blog. There's the admin dashboard over here. I don't think there are any other posts. Uncategorized, music, videos, nothing here. Just a login page. Admin area. I wonder if there's a default password for Nibbleblog. So maybe admin or admin password. Admin worked for the admin page. Great. This is what we like to see. We like to see default credentials for the admin page. So what can you do here? We can probably write some sort of malicious PHP commands and then inject them into one of the theme or plugin files over here. Mudskipper says, my guess would be uploading a file somewhere. Yeah, maybe. So we've got some plugins over here too. If there are plugins that we can edit, then we would be able to put in whatever PHP code we wanted to. And let's see, categories, latest posts, pages. We've got some themes here as well. These are not installed. If they're not installed, I don't know if we can do anything about this. But we can probably figure out what version of the software is being used from the dashboard over here. So new session started. Themes, plugins. It doesn't tell us about the version of the software, unfortunately. Okay, let's just take a look at this portion of the code. Wait, can we run this inside to get the version information? What is version.php? Wait, if we go to version.php, will it tell us? Oh, this isn't this isn't inside. This is not inside this website. This is an outside website. Version.php. But where is it in here? Hold on. Version. We want to look for version.php. Is it in here? I don't think so. Anyways, let's keep on looking around. So general settings. Let's take a look here. So chocolate lovers, Nibble blog, posts, Nibble blog, Nibble blog. So settings, regional settings, comments, image settings, notification, username and password. So username and password, we can change our username and password. We don't need to. Okay. Nothing really. Oh, Nibbleblog 4.0.3. Okay. So 4.0.3, and let's go ahead and look. 4.0.3. So we've got arbitrary file upload. So if we can arbitrarily upload files, then we could upload malicious PHP files. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can probably find this in the forbidden platform, and the forbidden platform is oh gosh. Okay, we're gonna call this so everybody just remember that this is the name of the forbidden platform that we can't talk about on YouTube, otherwise we get demonetized. So let's go ahead and run some of this forbidden platform stuff. Okay, so every time I say something about the forbidden platform, then YouTube gets all upset. So I'm not going to talk about the name of the forbidden platform. But this is we're going to use the forbidden platform to do an attack, to upload a file, and inside we're just going to search for Nibbleblog. Here we go. So we're going to use this one. Okay, so we need a payload here. You've never gotten well, maybe they pay attention to different stuff for different users. Who knows? Okay, so this seems okay. This seems like an okay payload. So we need to fill in some information. How are we going to do this? A forbidden framework. For the FF, as it would be. Okay, so we need to fill in some information. This is going to be an authenticated attack. So we need to provide a password and a username. So good thing that they're using default credentials. So we're just going to set password admin and set username admin. And what else do we need to set up? So our host, the target host, okay. We need to set up the endpoint, I guess. Oh, and there's a base path for the application as well. So our host is going to be the IP address. So set our hosts this IP address and set, what was it called, URI. Thank you very much, Benjamin Cross on YouTube, for the subscription. Thank you. And welcome to the stream. How about you get a Jurassic Park Here you go.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Did you know that in in 1993 they saved they used the Unix system to protect themselves from dinosaurs in Jurassic Park? Now you know. Okay, so you target URI. It's going to be / something. So set target URI to / Nibble blog. Okay. Alright. I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else we need to set here. So we need to set up everything that that is listed as required in this module. Yeah, this is correct. And I think the last thing we need to do is we need to set up our listener host and our listener port. So the listener host is going to be... Let me get the network interface. So what is this? IPA. This is how we get our network interfaces. So there's ETH0, ETH1, Docker0. Docker0 is the interface we're looking for because this is a Docker container. And so we can just set Docker0 if we don't actually know our IP address. We know our IP address is this, so I guess we can just copy this. Oh, sorry, we're doing forbidden framework. lhost this, and oh, set lhost. Yeah, okay. And then set lport to, I don't know, I like 443 as my lport, so I'll just set it as that. I think everything's set up. Let's see the options one more time. So Nibble blog, yeah, this is the correct target. This is the correct payload information here. Yeah, okay. We've got our password, our rhost, our rport, our target URI, and our username. So I think, so okay. Let's get the module information to see what it's going to do first of all before we run the hack. Okay, so over here, this is a file upload vulnerability, and we've got PHP. The description says, Nibbleblog contains a flaw that allows an unauthenticated remote attacker to execute arbitrary PHP code. This module was tested on version 4.0.3. And we got our links over here, and it looks like what this is going to do is it's going to create a connection for us. So all we need to do is execute, or this word, unable to upload. Why was it unable to upload? Huh. Lucky, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Why don't you have, geez, we've been running through all sorts of these. Let's do, let's do a woodpecker. Here you go. Okay, so I don't know why it didn't work. Yeah, it said unable to upload payload for some reason. Let me just double check that I've got all the details correct. So this is the correct host. This is the correct... Maybe I need to put in a slash. Maybe I need to put a slash at the end of the target URI. Okay, so set target URI / nibble blog /. Okay, let's run it again, and hopefully it works. Dang it. Why is it not working? Maybe we need to look for another for another hack. Let's grab this. And we'll start looking on the internet for here. Okay, so we've got a GitHub. So this one's a Python 3 script. Is it pingable? Mr. the Dimitri. Hello, nice to see you here. Is this pingable? That's a good question. So let's see. This is my IP address here. I just need to let me double check it. (721701). That looks correct. Where are we? That looks correct. Dunno. So this is the remote host. This is the correct one. Let me double check. Yeah, this is the same IP address. This is port 80. Oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be using 443. Maybe you're correct, Mr. the Dimitri. Let's set another port. So set L port. Let's try 444. Okay, let's run it again. Nope, still not working. Let's try this. Try it with 80. Try it with 80. Okay. I think I've got my Apache software running right now. I need to turn that off first. So let's see. System CTL Apache to stop. I think we need to run that with sudo. Okay, so what was it? Okay, if anybody knows the command off by heart, if they know it offhand, let us know. Let's see, service stop. Service Apache 2 stop, maybe. Systemctl restart. Well, in this case, I'd want to do system stop Apache 2. Whoops. I guess I need to. Oh, I should have done that with sudo. Okay. Okay. Would try to manually upload it. I think it would take longer. It would take longer for me to research how to do the file upload manually. So I'll try. So first of all, I'll try doing it on port 80, like Dimitri's suggestion over here. Where are we? Ah, okay. We're using the forbidden platform. Okay. Set L port 80. Okay. Then run. Still not able to upload. But appreciate the advice, Pebble. Okay, let's try the Python script. So we found, where did we find it? We found a Python 3 script over here. Let's try this one. Okay, what we should be doing is we should be checking the code over here for potentially malicious stuff that would damage our system. I don't think we don't need to worry about it here, because it seems there's nothing super encoded or anything in here, which is nice. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this script. And where are we? Let's... If this actually gets us shell access, it looks like it cannot connect at all. Well, I mean, I don't think that's the case. We can ping out. Well, obviously we have access to the system because we're looking at its web page. Oh, forgot a space. So we can access this is the remote host right here. We're at the one address. Mudskipper says Google version and get. So I think we'll try the Python script here first. If the Python script doesn't work, we'll keep on doing some more research. Let's go ahead and create that file first. So nibble.py. Let's paste in the code. Whoops. Oh, geez. Okay. Let's copy this thing. Okay. All right. So all we need to do is supply all of the requisite stuff. So I can't, well, okay, so Dimitri, well, we can access port 80. I can't get, I would need to have RCE to have the remote server ping out to our server. But let's run this thing. What do we need? So let's see. T target admin URL. We need to hit the admin URL. We need to hit the admin URL. That. Okay, Nibble blog/admin URL. Where's my admin URL? So, admin.php? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what they're talking about? Admin.php? Okay, so what else do we need? We need a user. So the user is going to be admin. The password is going to be admin. And I guess we would do RCE or shell. I guess what we want is shell. Okay, so what did we get? We didn't get an answer here. Did I? Okay, well, it said it was able to upload. And... The problem is that it doesn't look like it's running my commands properly. Because I don't see the output of my commands in this, in here. So what the heck is going on? Verify it actually uploaded. That's a good idea. So let's go ahead and navigate over here. So it says it wasn't. Content private plugins. Content private plugins. Plugins my image. So there's no my image here. So it probably didn't upload properly. Okay. You probably need to upload to a folder that actually exists. That makes sense. But what is the default uploads folder in this application? So is it in public? Public. Public plugins. There's no public plugins. Public upload? Public upload. Content public. Maybe content public upload. So if that's the case, we need to change the endpoint for the upload. And we need to do that inside of Okay, so what do we got? So we're gonna do... Did I copy that correctly? Contents public upload. This website allows you to upload PHP files. Well, I mean, I guess if you're the admin, you should be able to upload whatever you want. That's, I mean, okay. So let's see if this works. And I don't think there's any other reference to the directory in here. Okay. Upload data, etc., etc. I think this should be okay. And let's go ahead and run the Python command again. I don't think we were able to do it. This is just a lie. Anyways, let's check to see if it was created or not. Yeah, there was nothing created here. Where does it try to upload to? So the upload path is specified in the Python script. Where is it? It's over here. So URL shell self target replace admin PHP into content public upload rsc.php. Dimitri says it's okay to upload through SFTP, SCP, etc., but through admin interface, which is more vulnerable, it shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, I agree, but not everybody codes super securely. So let's see. URL shell. I wonder what's going wrong here. Meant the upload with the upload functionality. Okay. So what are we doing? Payload is going to be... Okay, so it looks like we're establishing some sort of web shell. So the web shell is going to be this. And how are we accessing the application? So log into self plus target. We're creating something. You know what? Maybe we it would like okay. We could try uploading manually. So we just need to go back into the blog here and figure out how to do the upload function. So let's go back to manage, or maybe publish. Manage posts, publish. And when we publish, we can also upload things, right? So it's uploading an image. Yeah, so it's probably like unauthenticated or whatever, a arbitrary file upload. So insert edit link. Is there an option for attach file? Insert Nibble blog code. Can we, well, simple post, video post. I guess if we do a video post, we can probably, oh, okay, we got URL stuff. URLs, but not uploading stuff. Attach an image and try a PHP file. Yeah, that sounds like something we could do. Quote post, simple post. I guess, can we attach a... I guess we could attach anything we wanted to. So general, embed, general, source, alternative source. So I guess we should try, yeah, we should try uploading an image. So first of all, let's just try uploading an image, and let's get an image. Actually, maybe we'll try uploading anything. So let's try uploading, I don't know, this file right here. It says undefined. Undefined. I guess it didn't like that. So let's just do this test post. Alright. We'll try attaching upload new image. It's looking for image files. Michael Bublé! Nice to see you here. What are we doing? So we're trying to hack a particular Docker image, and the Docker image we're looking at is this one over here, Chocolate Lovers from Dockerlabs.es. So this is the link, and I guess I can, if you want to join in with us, all you need to do is have a Kali Linux machine with Docker installed, and then you download this thing and deploy it. It's not malware, I swear. Famous last words. But before we do that, maybe we were missing something from our forbidden platform over here. Base path to the web application. Okay. Options. Admin. vhost is off. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe we should just take a look at the CVE. The CVE might be able to tell us a little bit more about the vulnerability. Okay, so let's do Nibble blog. What is the version number? 403. Okay, so let's take a look at... this is the My Image plugin. My Image plugin? Well, I mean, the thing is that the plugin needs to be installed. I don't think the My Image plugin is installed on this on this web app, which means that any of these yeah, I need to check. Okay, let's go over to here, plugins, the My Image plugin. So it would be in Nibble blog plugins. So let's make sure that this plugin exists first of all. Let's go over to plugins. Okay, so let's see. You push a file through Postman to this endpoint in the case. Lefteris Adamo says maybe target URI should be set to admin npath in forbidden platform. Maybe. So the My Image plugin, the directory is here, but we don't know if it's installed or not. Can we install? We should probably see if we can install the plugin first. Okay, let's go over to plugins. Let's install the plugin. Installed plugins, categories, latest posts, plugins available for install, about, Google Analytics, Hello World, HTML code, My Image. So it's not installed. This is our problem. If we're relying on the My Image plugin to do our attack, and it's not installed, it's not going to work. So let's install the dang thing. So let's see. Do we just save the changes? I mean, if we save the changes, then this should be installed now, right? Let's go back to the settings, and then let's go to the plugins. It should say that it's installed now. Okay, so it is installed now. So, okay, so that's the problem. We just assumed that we need to do some more research. We failed to do the research, is what we failed to do. So let's go ahead and run the dang thing now. Okay, we're in. Are we in? Are we actually in? No. Don't celebrate yet. We might not actually be in. Now we're in. Now we're in. Okay, well, let's go ahead and celebrate. Call in our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Chocolate Lovers Administrator, it seems like you forgot to change your default credentials on your web application. That was a big mistake. We managed to log in as the admin user and then conduct an attack on your My Images plugin because you're using a vulnerable version of the Nibble blog. Who knew? We knew. Ha 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 ha. We hacked with our forbidden platform module and then we got in. But maybe you knew about these security vulnerabilities, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, so Pebble says it was a lot easy to debug when doing it manually. Yeah, the problem was that we didn't read enough about the vulnerability first before we started throwing our code at it. And now we're okay. So Michael Bublé says, Monka W. Yep, sure is scary hacker voice man. That was the hacker man voice. That was my interpretation of the hacker man voice. I mean, no, I called the scary hacker voice man to come and and talk. I pay him every time he comes by. He charges quite the premium. Almost missed it. It's not an actual. No, well, listen, Dimitri. This is a vulnerability. It's a vulnerability because it's got a CVE over here. So if you wanna look this up, it is a vulnerability in the MyImage plugin. So it's a vulnerability before version 4.05, which allows remote administrators to execute arbitrary code by uploading a path with an executable extension. Blah blah blah. But yeah, let's go ahead and do some enumeration. Maybe we can finish off the box over here. So we got VB.XML. So you need to be authenticated, and you need to have admin access. So it's not a super easy hack to perform, but if you've got that access, then you got your way in. Okay, let's go ahead and I thought my shell would be better. For some reason, I thought my shell would be better. Anyways, let's see if there's a Python installed. Maybe there's no... Is there Python 3? There's no Python 3. What do we need to do? So default credentials by themselves, well, listen, the web applications should be... I won't say that they should be safe if you get access as the admin user, but you should put as many roadblocks in place as possible. So even if they get admin access as the web application, that they're not able to actually get access to the actual box. So script, I think. What is the script command to upgrade our shell? Pebble probably knows. Pebble uses that technique a lot. Let's see. Script. Let's go over to HackTricks. So HackTricks is a website that I like to use for all sorts of hacker stuff. So this is one of the easy machines. I guess I have a long way to go. So they've got 4 categories on Docker Labs, and this is the second category. The second category is easy. The first category is very easy. And very easy boxes are, well, they're very easy, but the easy boxes usually have 1 or 2 little wrinkles in them to make them a little bit more difficult. And what were we doing? We're doing HackTricks. Let's just go to HackTricks. They've got a section on shells, reverse shells, over here. So full TTY, so that's what we want. So full TTY with script. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay, so what do we have here? So I guess what we should do is we should just look for some easy... we should look for some easy wins, and it looks like we've got some easy wins. That's an obscure CVE. Yeah. Well, I mean, the good thing is about these CVEs is that we can look them up. Let's see. So we got the chocolate user. So the chocolate user can use PHP. So PHP is like a scripting language almost, and we could. Ahmed Nasser. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Nice to see you here. And why don't we give you a Hack the Planet? Welcome in. And welcome in, let's see, 0x Ahmed.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
Nice to see you here, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so we can run PHP, which means we can upgrade our user access. We're going to switch. We're going to do what's called lateral privilege escalation to switch over to another user that's not the admin user, or maybe they are the admin user. Who knows? But for some reason, the www data user can run the PHP command as the chocolate user, and we're going to abuse the PHP command to become the chocolate user. How do we do that? So there are a bunch of different commands that we can use, and the way we would do that was we could look them up over at this website over here called GTFO bins. And if you're wondering, this is the URL over here. 0HMed, hello. You're talking about still talking about 4chan. Yeah. 4chan had unmaintained PHP code, but yeah, the PHP code had some problems. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we can do with GTFO bins if we have privileged access with the PHP binary. So if we can run as sudo, we can do this. Binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo. It does not drop privileges and may be used to access the file system, etc., etc. So we'll just use it to run a command as the chocolate user to become the chocolate user. Thank you very much to Peepo for subscribing on YouTube. Hello. Nice to see you here, Peepo. And why don't we give you... There's a Nyan Cat for you. Okay, so what is the command we're going to be doing? So PHP, we're going to do sudo u chocolate. What is the command? PHP something something. PHP R system command. PHP R system command. Okay. PHP-R system, and the command is going to be bin bash to get a shell, and hopefully this works. We need to do... okay, system needs to be in quotes. Sorry. So system, then in bin bash, single quote, parentheses, double quote. What? Didn't work. Sudo u chocolate PHP R system. Did I write that down incorrectly? Exec runs system. Exec runs system. There's also exec in PHP. So maybe system syntax error. Oh, I didn't do... Okay. I didn't do the semicolon at the end. If you... Listen. When you do PHP, you need a semicolon at the end. If you don't, then it doesn't work. Okay, let's do that. My bad. Let me just edit this command before I give it again. Okay, we need to put our semicolon over here. Let me just copy this. Copy and paste is better than typing. Richard Colby, nice to see you here. No semicolon, you're gonna have a bad time. Yep. Always remember your semicolon, folks. Well, when you're using one of those languages. Okay, who are we? We're now the chocolate user. Awesome. And Richard Colby, hello. Something dark side. Something dark side. Let me give you a fun video redeem. How about oh gosh, what do we have? How about war games? You might remember this.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war.
So, War Games predicted killer AI before the actual killer AI came into play. Definitely did remember this. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so we've done lateral privilege escalation to become the chocolate user. So we need to further elevate our privileges to become the root user. Let's figure out how to do that. So maybe, oh, okay, maybe not, because it's asking for a password, and we don't know the chocolate user's password. Peepo, hello, nice to see you here. And I guess we are not doing sudo L for this user. Let's go into the chocolate user's home directory. The chocolate user doesn't seem to have anything interesting in their home directory. That's fine. 3 incorrects, that's definitely bad. Well, what can we do from here? We can probably look for some SUID binaries. So we were talking about SUID binaries earlier today. And the way you look for SUID binaries is you run this find command over here. So it's going to be perm 4000 like this, and everything else goes into the junk file over here, the null, dev null. Don't think anything here is unusual for SUID binaries. So I don't think... Sometimes I try to log into my system and do 3 incorrects. Oh, really? Okay, okay. Fail to ban. So we haven't talked about fail to ban, but I guess that's one good way you could protect your system against brute force attacks. You put in a system where if you get X number of incorrect logins, that user will be... Well, I guess it's the IP address that's banned. It's either the IP address is banned or the user account is locked out. It's going to be one of those. Okay, so what else can we do to become the root user? Yeah. Let's see what's running on the system first. So it looks like the root user is what? Why does it say the root user is running this command? That's weird. The root user is also running the Apache server. Okay. Sudo is in... Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. So sudo is in... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pebble. Check cron jobs. That's a good suggestion. We should probably take a look at the cron jobs. Whoops, I mean... Yeah, I meant this. Take a look. There's no cron tab in here. Yeah. SigmaGat says, good turn tonight. You love the stream. Can't wait for the next one. Thank you very much, SigmaGat. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet to send you out. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so what are we doing? We're doing... Let's see if there's anything in the op directory. Okay, looks like there's a script that we own in the op directory over here. Let's see what it's doing. So the op directory is the directory where you put optional software, and sometimes you'll find some interesting stuff in there, especially in these CTF challenges. So let's see what is in the script.php file. So it does echo PHP, so it runs PHP stuff. Here's the funny thing, I don't know if this actually helps us, because this is run by the chocolate user, and what we really want to do is we want to find scripts that are run as the root user. So unless the root user... Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we do an ad on YouTube, and we put on some birds. This is what I've been waiting for. We're putting on my favorite video. My favorite video is this video of the fledgling Stellar Jays. Pebble, yeah, it could be run as root. It certainly could be run as root. but I should probably make sure by checking with. Oh man, these guys are so good. Anyways, enjoy the music, enjoy the birds. I'm just gonna have a little water break. And so, Peepo, thank you very much for the heart faces. Okay, and Mr. the Dimitri says, "Can't you change the password of chocolate as root?" Can't you change the password of chocolate as root? If user bin PHP is in no password sudoers, possibility to do it in non-interactive manner with pipe. Okay, we'll talk about this in just a second or two. Man, if only we had access to baby bird videos 24/7, it would be so good. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, so Mulgar says Apache is running as root, so just modify a PHP file or a PHP file with the shell and then navigate to that PHP on the browser. People ask, are you a hacker? So that depends on your definition of hacker. So a hacker is, according to my definition of hacker, a hacker is anybody who takes advantage of, anybody who interacts with the system in a way that was not intended and gives some sort of benefit to the person who's doing the thing. So everybody does hacking. So is it running as root? I think Apache is running as root. Let me... So root is running... Root started the Apache process. That doesn't necessarily mean that that the processes are running as root. Otherwise, we would have gotten root access when we did the hack with the web application. So I don't think that's the case in this case. So, but what we do have is we've got the script file over here, and we need to check to see if the script file is being run as part of any other type of cron job. And we're going to use a specialized tool called pspy. So pspy is going to let us determine what processes are running on regular intervals. We need to upload it to the target. So first of all, we're going to download this pspy binary first with wget. Then we're going to make it executable. Actually, no, we don't need to make it executable here. We just need to host it and we need to upload it to the target. So how are we going to do that? We're just going to run the Python module. It's called HTTP server, and we're going to serve our temporary directory here as a web server, and then we're going to download it. Download this file from the victim machine. So over here, what is it? It's who owns this directory? So this root owns this directory. We don't have write access here, so we need to move into the temporary directory. And then we need to wget. Actually, is there wget? There is wget. Good. So wget HTTP our IP address, and it's going to be pspy64. Okay, so we downloaded the pspy binary. We're just going to give it executable permissions, and then we're going to run the program. Okay, so the pspy program is running in the background. It's getting all of the processes that are being run on the on this server here, and it's going to tell us which processes are being run more often than others. So we're just going to wait about a minute before we check in on it, and it'll tell us the processes that are running. What we're looking for is a root process that is running the script file that we have access to over in the op directory over here. So this file. So let's check in on it. So spy.txt. Okay, so it looks like root is running the script. Root is running the script, which means that all we need to do is we need to create a reverse shell payload in the script, and then we can get root access. Okay, where are we going to do that? So first of all, we're going to get ready for the root shell by running rlwrap with netcat. And rlwrap is a program that was introduced to me by our good friend Pebble, who may or may not still be here. But Pebble introduced me to rlwrap, which is a fun thing we can do with our netcat shells to make them a little bit more functional. We're waiting for a connection, and what we're going to do is we're going to modify the script.php file. So we're just going to move into the op directory, and this is the script file we're going to modify. Let's see, Quamain Johnson, hello, nice to see you here. Have you ever considered using Terminator? Terminator is that a shell or a text editor? I think it's a text editor, right? I use Nano most of the time because, let me make sure I'm talking about, it's similar to Tmux. Oh, terminal emulator, okay. Okay, terminal emulator, similar to Tmux. So the reason why I just do everything like this, I just, switch over to different tabs, this is easier for the stream to understand, because sometimes I turn into other cybersecurity creators, and they've just got a Tmux session with like maybe 4 different windows, and that's fine if you're not streaming for an audience, because you understand what's going on. But it's hard. It's hard to follow what's going on when you're a viewer. So I'm trying to make it as viewer friendly as possible. Peepo, hello! Thank you for the donation. $10 USD. Your question is, do you think it's possible to make a video game with built-in cryptocurrency that can't be hacked, at least on the back end? I know people can still be tricked, but I mean making the system itself secure. In theory, yes. In theory, yes, you could make a video game with built-in cryptocurrency that can't be hacked, but the thing is that we've seen from a few cases in the past that there are... Actually, it's not the video game that got hacked. I think it was the actual service that got hacked in the case of... I think the most famous case was a game called Axie Infinity. And let me see if I can pull it up. Axie... How do you spell that? Axie Infinity. Okay, so this game over here, it's basically a game where you can make small amounts of cryptocurrency. The thing is that the service was hacked, and they took some hacker hacked in, and they took all the cryptocurrency out. Let's see. There was a very famous hack for this game. The answer is yes. In theory, it could be. You could have a video game with cryptocurrency, and it could be secure, but it has to be. You have to be really careful with security and cryptocurrency, because Yeah. Axie Infinity, right. So Axie Infinity hack. Hackers steal more than $6 million from the makers of Axie Infinity. I'll leave a link to this article here. Ooh, that's an ugly look. No, let's get a nicer looking link. Okay, let's paste this in. But people, thank you very much for the $10 donation. I very much appreciate that. And yeah, if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. You don't need to donate money for me to have me answer questions. I'm here to educate. I'm here to be educated. Mulgar says, "Did the game survive after the hack?" It's probably not in very great shape. Let's do a little bit of this. This happened like how many years ago? This happened in 2022. So, yeah, hackers were able to make away with $625 million. What would you do with $625 million? You wouldn't be, you wouldn't be. I mean, I'd probably still be doing cybersecurity because I think cybersecurity is super fun. Peepo says, "Oh, donated another $2. Thank you very much for donating the extra $2." Let's see. We need an FPS with major wager matches using crypto. Mogar says, "I would buy a new PC. I would buy the most ultimate PC ever. Is what I would do with $625 million." But yeah, I think being able to do money matches using cryptocurrency, that would be a pretty cool feature in a game. But you don't necessarily need to use cryptocurrency. You could use regular money as well, but you just need to connect your bank account to the game, which is kind of Let's see. Quamaine Johnson says, "Cybersecurity is replacing video games for me right now. Bachelor's program soon." Yeah, I think I get a lot of enjoyment out of like solving cybersecurity challenges. It's kind of like gaming. There are these little puzzles, and what we need to do is we need to adjust the script over here to get root access. Mr. the Dimitri says, "I would pay a lot of taxes with $600 million. Yeah, you'd probably pay like half the money or something. They'd probably take like 50%. So you'd have 300 million. That's still a lot of money, though. That's still a lot of money. Let's not think too hard about this. About these hackers that made away with like $600 million worth of cryptocurrency. But yeah, I agree, Peepo, that it'd be really cool to have games where you could use cryptocurrency for money matches. Peepo says, "I make mods for video games. I want to make my own games, though." Yeah, why not? I'd love to make my own games. I think learning cybersecurity will help me learn about code, and if I learn about code, then I might be able to develop my own game eventually. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, so we don't have write permissions on this script.php file, but we can give ourselves write permissions on this file, just like this. So chmod plus w, script.php, this should give us write permissions. So now we've got write permissions. Okay. So we can... Let's see, what is the script doing right now? Okay, so PHP echo something something. This is something for beta testing. I think what we can do is we can just add another line to it. Let's see, an FPS with crypto would be sick, okay, and the Dimitri says, "Other half you would spend on lawyers, attorneys, and things in court, not to go to jail." Neems, hello, nice to see you here. 4 hours late. No worries, no worries. Thank you very much for following. Giuseppe? I don't know how to pronounce that name, but let me know, and I will pronounce it correctly. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Here's a Hack the Planet. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we want to put another line into that file. So we would echo something and then redirect it, adding to script.php. So what PHP command do we want to put in here? So PHP echo, sure, but we want to put in another PHP command. The Dimitri says, what's that console emulator? Console emulator? What do you mean by console emulator? I'm not completely sure what you mean. Which one are you using? So this is, are you talking about my shell? So the shell I'm using is called, the shell I'm using is ZSH. So this is the ZSH shell. So what do we need to do? We need to get a reverse shell payload, and the reverse shell payload we're going to get from a little website called revshells.com. So this is a website that helps you craft payloads for reverse shells. If you're interested in taking a look, this is it over here. And let's get one for PHP. Since we're running a PHP script. So PHP, let's try a system one. Sure, how about this one? We'll just copy this. And then over here. Okay, I think this should be okay. Let's go ahead and copy this and run this on the target. What this is going to do is it's going to copy in a PHP command that creates a reverse shell to our own system over here on port 443 using the fsock open and system functions over here. And we're going to put this in script.php. Which terminal are you using? Kitty, Console, Granny, Alacrity? I don't know. I don't know which one that is. Let's see if we can identify it. Is there a help about Qt? Oh, this is called Qt. I didn't know. Listen. I don't. I know about the stuff I know about, but thank you very much for letting me know about this. So this one's called Qt. Q terminal. Defus, hello, nice to see you here. I think you commented earlier today, but yeah, thank you very much for the input. Okay, let's copy this. Let's copy it over to the script.php file, and then we can finish the challenge. Okay. Okay, so we just added an extra line to script.php, which is being run as root. Hopefully, both of these commands, we're going to be able to run both of these commands. Qterminal, yeah, this is, well, I mean, this is standard for the, for Kali Linux. What do we got? Shell access. Okay, we got a connection. We are root, which means we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, we just got root access on this challenge here. That's great. So let's run bash. No, I guess I guess we don't get to run. I guess we don't get to run bash. That's fine. Let's go ahead and move into the root directory, and then yeah, for some reason. Oh, maybe we do bin bash. Huh, we don't... I guess that's fine, that's fine. We don't need a fancy terminal anyways. So we're in the root directory now, and all we need to do is we need to prove that we got root access on the system. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to create a little graffiti file for the administrators to find. So we're going to echo something something to graffiti.txt. And I guess we're going to say something like, hello, chocolate lovers admin. We broke into your system in the name of the HackerFrogs. Let's see. We should probably give them some advice on how to secure their server. So let's say something like, please do not use default credentials for your CMS web app, and please update the dang thing to a secure version, because there's a vulnerability for this version of Nibble blog. Lastly, don't run cron jobs root that use unprivileged users' files. Thanks, and have a great day. Okay, so we just left this really long message for the administrator, and if we take a look at it, oops, need to spell that correctly. There you go. This is how we prove that we got access to the machine as the root user. Awesome. Okay, so this wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too easy, but we did need to use some well-known hacks, and we needed to do a little bit of configuration on the web app before it worked. So everything was yeah, not too bad. Not too hard, not too easy, so that's great. Okay, so I think, what do we need to do? I think before we go, we should probably write up a little, we should do a little write-up for this box. So let me see if I can do one real quick. Let's see, this is walkthroughs, and which platform was this? Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs. And this is, oops, walkthroughs, Dockerlabs. And we're in the very easy directory. I guess what we need to do is create a new file for the easy challenges. So this is the easy challenges, and we're going to call this one, we'll call this 01 chocolate lovers.md. So we're going to talk about what exactly happened here in a little after action report. So when I do my little write-ups for these machines, I don't usually I usually only put in some very, very important details. And in this case, I guess ports open. In this case, there's only port 80 open, and let's see, initial access. So, initial access method. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, we'll make this a little bigger so we can read it all together. So the initial access method was find the web app, Nibble blog, CMS, and determined that it was using default credentials, or are these default credentials? Admin. Then determine the Actually, maybe we should do this as like a bulleted list. So, step 1. Step 2. Step 2, we determine the software version. And the software version is, what was it again? Okay, so let's see. What was the version being used? Maybe I can go back to the blog. Where did I find the version number? Was it on the dashboard? Was it in the settings? It was in the settings, yeah, okay. So on the settings page. So the software version is, where is it? 403. So the software version was 4.0.3, available on the settings page after logging in as admin. Okay, step 3. Research that version of Nibble blog and discover that it has, what is the word? Memes, what are you working on? Yeah, we're just doing a little write-up for this challenge we just finished. So the challenge is called Chocolate Lovers, and it's available over at the Docker Labs over here in the easy category. Okay, so Discovered has known hacks, and one of them research the CVE for Nibble blog and discover that it requires the My Image plugin to be installed. Okay, so this is what tripped us up. The problem, we tried getting the our hacks to work, and they weren't working because we needed to install the My Image plugin. But for some reason we failed to take a look at the CVE for that detail. Okay, so install the plugin from the admin console in the plugins section. Okay, and then Neem says, is that similar to THM Find the Flags challenges, Docker Labs? Yeah, Docker Labs is well, it's a fairly, I think it's fairly popular because they've got a lot of different challenges here. They've got like 145 challenges in a bunch of different categories. It's a lot easier than, the setup is a lot easier than doing Try Hack Me or Hack the Box, because you just need to download these Docker containers and deploy them to your machine. So if you haven't tried them before, I've got my YouTube page. Hold on. Need to access my YouTube page. And I've got a little playlist of Docker Labs challenges. Let's see. So Docker Labs challenges. We've got 7 videos over here. I'll pass you the playlist. So if you want to start with some very easy challenges, then you can go ahead and take a look at the playlist here. Okay, so install the plugin from the admin console in the plugins section, and then run the module available on the the forbidden platform console. Okay, that gets us our initial access. So after the initial access, we'll talk about privilege escalation. Let's separate this out. So for privilege escalation, the first step is figure out that our user Oh, okay, we got ads running right now. So ads, when we run ads on Twitch, we need to run them on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and let's get some birds. Which birds should we get this time? How about this bird? This is a pretty bird. There we go. This guy right here. He's a spotted towhee. This is a very, very shy bird. But they're very well, they've got these red eyes. they're very striking. Anyways, I'm gonna have a little water break. Just a moment. It's actually very rare to see a spotted towhee hanging out for this long on the at the bird feeder. They're usually very, very skittish. They usually grab something and then fly away. But this guy is absolutely going to town. Anyway, well, the break's over. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to. Damn, this guy's he's so pretty. Anyways, let's put him away. Let's finish up our write-up. Okay, so figure out our user, which is www.data, has sudo access as the chocolate user with the PHP command. Okay, from there, use a PHP privilege escalation command to get access as the chocolate user. And let's just put in that command just for fun. So the command is going to be, what was it? Sudo uchocolate. And we crafted the command over, where did we craft that thing? Just a second, I'm trying to find... Yeah, this was the command we used over here. So I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, so step 3. So as chocolate, discover that there is a script file in the opt directory, which we own. Okay, step 4. So use the pspy program to discover that the script in the opt directory is being run as root. Okay, and step 5. Let's see. Add an additional line to the script.php file, which gives a reverse shell connection when run. Sorry. I need to take a little more water. Okay, so let's see. Which gives a reverse shell when run. I guess we should include the command that we use in this case. So I think we created it over here. Yeah, this is it. So let's include this. Okay, so finis. Done. Okay, let's go ahead and commit these changes. If you're wondering where this file is, I'll just leave the link to everybody in chat. What's the background music? This is good. Yeah, this is a video game soundtrack. And I'll just grab the playlist and I'll paste it in chat. The name of the game is called Muramasa. Muramasa the Demon Blade. Oops. Guess I can't. There you go. There's the playlist that I'm using right now, if you're interested. Okay, so I think we have a little bit of time. Maybe what I can do is I can't do like a full-blown challenge. I'm thinking of I can like stay online for another like 15 or 20 minutes. Does anybody have any requests? Oh, Neems. I think you were talking about you wanted me to do a walkthrough for some challenge, right? Neems, if you're still here, let me know what challenge you were looking for on tryhackme.com. Maybe I can get you on the right track. Tryhackme.com is it's a very well-known website for learning about cybersecurity. But if you don't know about it, this is the link over here. So we might be able to... Well, I don't know if we could solve like a whole room. But another thing I could do is I could show you guys like another website that I like to use. Actually, Volnix. Volnix.com is another great website that we could use to learn about cybersecurity. These are a bunch of different like CTF box challenges, but you need to... Well, these are slightly more advanced because you need to know about how to deploy virtual machines to use them. But if you do know how to deploy virtual machines and you've got access to your own like Kali Linux virtual machine, then this is a very good place to start downloading some challenges. So what do we got? So for example, if I wanted to take a look at some easy Linux machines, actually they've got, yeah. So you could filter all the machines by difficulty level, and to anybody who's interested in trying out these challenges, I've covered them all on my YouTube page. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Mulgar says, have you done any binary hacking challenges? Yeah, this is, I'm actually learning about binary hacking as we speak. But if you want to take a look at the Volnix challenges that I've covered on the stream, then you can access this playlist right here. Would be nice to get into ROP stuff. So this is, well, one website that I like to use for binary hacking is ROP Emporium. And this is the link. So this has got a bunch of different challenges, and they also have walkthroughs. Actually, wait, I don't know if they have walkthroughs. You could probably find walkthroughs, but they've got a bunch of different challenges for different architectures. So if you don't feel like, well, if you don't want to do like x86, you could try stuff like ARM as well. So there's the first challenge here, Ret to Win. They've got x86, they've got 64-bit, and they've got 32-bit. They've got ARM, and they've got MIPS. What is MIPS? MIPS, is that the phone one? It's a different chipset. MIPS. Let me look this up real quick. So MIPS, CPU MIPS is a reduced instruction set computing RISC microprocessor. What is this? Is this used for embedded systems, supercomputers, and network routers? Why would you... I wonder what the advantages of MIPS are. You know what? This is what AI is good for sometimes. Sometimes, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to ask real quick. What are some common CPU architectures and what devices are they suitable for? Okay, what do we got? I don't know why we're rabbit holing so hard. I just want to figure out what these different CPU architectures are good for. So x86 is for desktops, laptops, okay, servers, right? So Intel and AMD, yeah. General computing. So ARM is for smartphones, tablets, and embedded systems, Raspberry Pis, modern Macs. I wonder why. Is that because does Apple make ARM chips? Is that why they use them so much? So Qualcomm, Snapdragon. So these are smartphones and tablets, but not necessarily desktop computers. Okay, so mobile devices, low power IoT, single board computers. So RISC-V, embedded system experimental hardware. So let's see, embedded systems experimental hardware. Open source alternative to ARM or x86. Okay. It doesn't, oh, it does mention MIPS here. So MIPS is for routers, industrial controllers, legacy embedded systems. Huh. I guess MIPS is not so popular due to RISC-V competition. Interesting. So I guess we've got our comparison over here. So performance is high with x86, but not as well. ARM and ARM64, it says that they're not as good. I guess some people would disagree. Power efficiency is low, so x86 consumes the most power, but ARM is energy efficient, and x86 is high cost, ARM is medium cost. Interesting. So I guess when you really care about power efficiency, you want to steer away from x86. But yeah, if anybody knows a lot about this stuff, I know next to nothing. But it's fun to learn about. But what were we talking about? We're talking about the challenges over at ROP Emporium. This is a good place to learn about binary hacking. And another good place to learn about binary hacking is Pico CTF, which is pretty much my favorite cybersecurity education platform. So if you don't have an account over at Pico CTF, it's pretty easy to make one. And you have access to a lot of different... Wow, this music is very... It sounds very Buddhist. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but... So on this platform, you can access all sorts of great challenges. Mulgar says, do you have a link doc in your GitHub with all these websites? You know, I should make one. I should probably make one on my GitHub over here that's all about cybersecurity education, like resources. I'll put that on my to-do list. But thank you very much, Mulgars, for letting me know about that. Let's see. Anyways, I should probably hop off because I've already finished my challenges. I thought it would take longer than this. That's okay. So before we go, let's talk about what's going to be going on this week, because we've got a schedule over at the Reddit over here. So it's Reddit HackerFrogs, and this is the link. And this is week 17. So this is week 17. This is the 21st. We just finished all this stuff over here. Let's see. On Wednesday, what are we going to be doing? we're going to be doing gaming. So we're going to be doing Baba Is You. This is our favorite hacker-like puzzle game. And we're going to be explaining more rules to this fun game. And if you're interested in taking a look at Baba Is You, and you don't have any money, that's fine. Let's point you towards a free resource. So Baba Is You. Baba Is You online. I think this is the version we were taking a look at last time. Let's leave this link in here. Oh, that's a not so good looking link. Oh, no, this is the official link. We want to take a look at this one. Actually, is it this one? I think there was another link. Hold on. Yeah, I think I was looking at this one. There you go. So you can play from this link. Just load it up, and you can play a little Java version of Baba Is You. Of course, if you like the game, you should probably get the official version. So this is Baba Is You. Move around, get the flag, you win. Move around, adjust the rules, break the rules, make a little rule that lets you win. Just like this. Then you win. Anyways, we're gonna be taking a look at more of this game on Wednesday, and what else are we looking at? So we're also gonna be doing insecure deserialization. So this is a web app vulnerability, and this one really threw me for a loop last week because we did web app vulnerabilities over at the Bandit CTF labs, which involved insecure deserialization, and it made me very upset. I was working on the same problem for about 3 hours or so, and I'm gonna try to explain what insecure deserialization is and demo a bunch of these web app labs for you guys, and that's going to be on Wednesday, and that's going to be the next stream. Okay, so before we go, let's see if we can find somebody awesome to raid, because the InfoSec community is very, very cool on Twitch. And HackSmarter is on. Awesome. HackSmarter is another great cybersecurity creator. Let's take a look at their Twitch page and see what they're doing right now. So HackSmarter is a legitimate security tester that they do for their job. I guess we need to sit through the McDonald's ad just for just for HackSmarter. Okay, let's go ahead and start the raid for their channel. Hack_smarter. And when you arrive on HackSmarter's page, if you could give this message right here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, like this, then I would be very happy, and go ahead and give that message when you get over there. So this they've been streaming for about 2 hours. I think they might have about an hour left in them, so let's go ahead and raid them. But before that, let's shout out everybody who is awesome in the community. So Kwame Johnson and Mulgars. Who else? Who else is here? Neems, thank you very much for coming by. Jose Alves and the Dimitri, thank you very much. Defus, as usual, thank you very much for coming by. And Peepo, thank you very much for the donations today, and happy to answer your questions. All right, everybody, HackerFrogs out, and GroudXT, yes, of course, GroudXT, thank you. And all right, say hip hop hack over in HackSmarter's channel for me, okay? See you next time.